Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. I'm starting things off a little bit different this morning. I'm going to jump into Bitcoin, but I just figured I'd kick it off over here on with Dash, taking a look at some privacy. I think it was about I don't know, last week sometime. Coin King asked me to take a look at this thing, and I said no. When I came on stream, and I said he wanted me to look at this thing called Dash, and I was like no. And it's like $30 at the time, somewhere around that price range. And I should have taken a look at it. I guess it's never too late, right? Maybe it is. Looks okay. It's starting to lose a little bit of steam for anybody that's actually interested in this. I'm just trying to find something that's looking a little bit better than Bitcoin at the moment. Looking a little bit better than Ethereum, looking a little bit better than Solana. All right, so looks like it did get a little bit of a bear dip on that last pivot here. A little bit of bearish divergence, and then it came down and it broke this momentum trend line right here that it put in off of this pivot right here. So this point to here, it broke that. But it is attempting to reclaim it, so that's what I'm watching for. I did decide, okay, I'm gonna jump in here and take a quick little long position off of this dash, hoping that it will reclaim back above here. Put in a horizontal line here around 113.92, and I'm looking for it to come back up. Now, it doesn't mean that it won't put in another bear div, and that's fine. I think this is like the first drive here. So you can see right here, put in a little bit of bear div right here. Let me just highlight that in red up against that point right there. But then, of course, whenever your momentum is like this on your RSI, when you attempt to break down, you only put in some bullish divergence. And so I saw that little move right here off of the 50 here at the RSI, along with the highs in here. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take this position right about now. Never too late. Never too late is what I said to myself. It looks like though when it comes up this time, it may not come up with the same strength, and so then I would actually be looking for a rejection on Dash. Okay, so it could put in as big of a correction that it just put in with this corrective move in here. Bear div off this high equals the corrective move down equals the bullish divergence, but a push back up with a weaker RSI, which it could roll over. We'll see if this second drive of bear div will be that corrective point, or if it might put in three drives of bear divs. But there you go, right there on Dash. On Dash, I'm looking for it to come up a little bit more. In fact, here, let's just go ahead and put fib in here. Let me see what you're looking at in here. All right, so we got the golden pocket here around 131, 129 right here, and then 786 at 138.66. We'll see how that goes once I can confirm this closure back up above this point right here. So I'm keeping it on the 4-hour time frame. No sense in me zooming out to the lowers and catch the bigger move if it's going to give a bigger move. Shout out to the gentleman from the other day. It was Tuesday because I generally don't stream on Wednesdays, but it was Tuesday. He asked me to take a look at Zen, and I did not take a look at Zen that day because I was really focused on Bitcoin because that was the horse, that was the leading horse right there. Let's see. I did look at it today though. It's trying to hold up right here. It looks like it also put in. Let me see. I mean, you can see the wicks and things here to the upside. You can see the bear div right across here. You can see that it did not manage to push up as strong, trying to come back up after this right here. And so I don't have any bullish divergence on this one right now. All I can do is assume that since it did not break momentum just yet, if it holds here, I'm going to look for it to come back up here and test around this 2065, maybe push up a little bit more into this trend line right here. All right, so this descending trend line in here. Otherwise, it might choose to come down a bit more on this one. If it does so, then I would be looking for it to hold in here. If it's any good, looking for it to hold in here. Maybe it comes down a bit more, taps here into the 786. If it's going to reject, that could be what gives Zen some bullish divergence right here. So horizon, whatever. see. Yeah, horizon. That could be what gives it some bull deal. Or the wiser thing would be to just wait and see if it can break momentum in here. Okay. So one of those two, we'll assess that and see what happens here. No rejection, maybe come down to 786. I'm just going to repeat that rhetoric again. Maybe come down here to the 786, put in the bullish divergence from there, and then make that attempt up if it can't manage to hold this momentum line in here. So that's your risk on factor right here. For it to go up, it fails here, then I'll be looking for it to come down in here. And validation wouldn't be until this flow right here. So that is what it would be. And validation would be here. All right. Let me see. Zcash, Zcash, Zcash. Let's take it up. Actually, let me look at the moving averages on this Zen too. I think the moving averages look pretty decent here on it, and it did. It looks pretty decent here on it. So I mean, yeah, that's what I'll be looking for. Be looking for. If it doesn't hold in here and it starts to break this trend line right here, maybe come down here and test the 786, put in the bullish divergence, and then manage to get a move up. Maybe chop around a little bit or something like that. Not as strong as Dash, and most certainly not as strong as Zcash. I don't think anything is as strong as Zcash right now. Um, you know, Zcash is just a whole nother monster. All right, so going up here to Zcash, I'm looking for this to be a rejection point right here. So you can see down through here, got this trend line here running up to the top side. I'm treating this as a rejection point right here. I actually had mapped this out the other day and I stopped looking at it because I didn't take them. I haven't traded Zcash, period. But you can see the momentum continues to rise. So it is continuing to move to the upside, no doubt about that. So momentum is good. Just looking for a little bit of a rejection right here at the top side here, this trend line. If that holds, I'm looking for it to come down. I personally would want to see right now maybe hold around this point here. This right here is about 450. So we'll see if it can hold 450. If not, we'll see if we can't get another test back here into this momentum line in here. Now the moving averages look absolutely phenomenal over here. You know, we got the peacock feathers going on over here. This looks absolutely amazing. So you can see what I'm saying right here. Like if it comes back, I want to see it attempt to hold right here. And I can just go ahead and put a dollar amount on that for you here. So you know, so like I said, that's 450. We're looking for it to hold here around 450. If it doesn't hold 50, maybe it just wicks through, you know, maybe it wicks through. You see it wick through, then that can be great because this spread is amazing. This spread is amazing. And like I said, momentum continues to push up and trend higher. You can tell that just by simply using trend lines, plotting your trend lines. This was the first one here that I started to look at from this low here, just going up through here, and then momentum shifted up higher, and you can see that through here, and then another shift right here. So yeah. So if you don't want to use moving averages, that's how you do it. You just start to look like a whole bunch of crisscross happening in here, you know, word crossword puzzle and all that good stuff, but it works. It works. All right. So that's your Zcash. It's Zcash right now, just off of this 4-hour time frame here. I'm drinking some iced coffee this morning, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic morning. Fantastic morning. All right, I'm gonna come back to this privacy stuff here in just a minute here. Also, with that that dash here, it is, I mean, it's going to look backwards looking at it here from this 4-hour time frame. So it's up against some resistance here on the 4-hour time frame, whereas if you're looking at it on a 15-minute time frame, it's actually trying to hold support. So that's why I'm zooming out over here. I'm going to go ahead and actually let me do that real quick. See here. Do this like this. Drop on a 15. So yeah, easy peasy. Pretty good. Man, this moves so quick. Like the minute I took this entry, I'm just looking at it from a different perspective, but the minute I jumped into it, Little sucker just took off. Ooh, I should have did this a long time ago. I should have looked at it. I have no regret though. None. All right. I mean, yeah, that looks all right there. So coming back, it looks like we wanted to hold. What is this? What is this? What is this? About 104. On 104, if it does decide it wants to dip back, if it does decide it wants to dip back, but I'm gonna jump off of that time frame. I don't want to be, yeah, just keep it like this. Regain momentum. That's what I need for you to do. Can't do that, then cut it. Right now I'm up. Right now I'm up and I'm happy. Happy. Let's take a look at Bitcoin now. All right. All right. So Bitcoin. So we got into. I kept you posted on Bitcoin. Actually, I gave you, a little bit of a blueprint. I did make some updates, and I did share that yesterday on CoinMarketCap. So shout out to everybody from the CoinMarketCap gang. Also posted it on X. On X. All right. It was a squeeze. So far it's been a squeeze. We talked about the $100,000 level entry just because that's the seed that the market planted. The market planted the seed of $100,000. It was embedded in everybody's head. They made sure that they got the price down there by telling you it'll never go to that price again. That is what we talked about. And of course it got there and it actually dipped down a little bit lower, but somewhere around 98.5, which that makes sense because they're always going to go over their target just a little bit to get their bags filled. But they really had to maintain that level. So the day is the 6th. So they're probably doing what's considered to be pin in price, right? Because those options expire tomorrow. So most of them are out of the money at the moment. Now that prices moved away from it. So max pain is actually around 108. So we haven't even reached the max pain right now, but it does look like they're pinning price. Now I can tell you that they're starting to build up a strong hedge position around 95,000. Okay, so 95,000 is going to be key. And then below 95,000, we're going to have to start putting our focus on 85,000. I'm not saying to you that that is what's going to happen right now, but it could be a place of interest in the future. Okay. So just in the future, right now, I'm still looking for them to get that price up to about 105. If they could maintain through here, okay, then they'll get it up to that 105, and then of course 108 and 110 is also my interest to the upside. So 108 and 110. So they have what's the word that I'm looking for here? I actually made some notes on my stuff in here. Okay, yeah. So they're hedge neutral around 108 and 110. All right, so that 110, that 110 I gave as a target exit, or if not a full exit, then you want to have most of your capital out. Now you should be taking profit on the way up. You should at least take some profit. Once you lock in pretty decent, you should be taking something off the table, and that's a fact. So you don't need to try to wait until it gets all the way to the top just to take some profit out of it. You don't want to do that, especially in the environment where you can see something like this right here. Like this looks like a squeeze. You see how tight that is? You see how uniform that is? That is so uniform. That looks like a squeeze. Really uniform. So this was what I was saying that we need to get back above here. So this is 102,414. So that's just our monthly a monthly line pivot. Okay. So if we're looking at this from a monthly chart, let's just do that. Looking at this from a monthly chart, that was this right here. So that is what we needed to get back above. And it managed to do that, and it doesn't, you can't really tell that it really happened looking at it from this time frame, but they did manage to get the price back up and above that here. Why am I on a blowfin chart? That's interesting. Why am I on a blowfin chart? Make that white. Make that thick. All right, so they did manage to get it up. I knew something was off. Let me make sure I'm not on blowfin everywhere else. I'm on finance. Okay, so index. Okay, so yeah. That is what we needed. That's also, I mean, just slightly bringing prices back up above the 10 EMA here off of the monthly time frame. So you know that the 10 is this white line right here. Oh, it's the white line there. Let me hide my drawings for a minute. That's here, which is in par with the trend line that we have going across here. So that does give it some pretty decent support. It gives it some pretty decent support. Yes, it does. Anytime you have like a moving average along with a pivot point, it could be some solid support for it. Now, we still can't forget what I said about the hedge positions that are building down lower. We can't forget about that. And we also can't forget about the fact that I said we want to make sure that we don't get any closures below this trend line here, and not from your smaller time frames. Those do not matter. It matters on the monthly. Okay, it matters on the monthly. All right, so let me drop this back to who's on the 15. Yeah, who's on the 15. So we haven't, just while I'm here, we didn't actually tap into this trend line here, and that's fine. It doesn't have to do that. I mean, we had two entries, you know, um, that were being looked at. One was for 100,000, just because that was the psychological level, and then the other one, I actually updated that again. I did update, so I did post on that. So then 97.5, I think that is what I ended up. Let's see. Notes right here. Yeah, 97.5 and then 95, just because I know that they were building up that hedge position down there around 95, just in case something like that happened, okay? With at least a $2,000 difference on that stop. But there are other conditions that will determine where your stop is at. So let's not, I don't want you to get stuck on that. And everybody's sitting there and market makers are coming down there for that. So don't get pillared by that. Okay. So far we're looking pretty decent in here. Looking pretty decent, pretty good volume across here. That's about as much as we've gotten done so far. So far. And you see the notes in here where this didn't change, the max pain didn't change. I did end up adding that flush like that 95. If they can't control things, then they can't control things. Okay, if they, yeah, then that'll be the thing. Okay. All right. Let's see. I mean, 108 and 110 is starting to look really juicy. It really is. 108 and 110 is starting to look really juicy. Now that is a target. That's a target. I can tell you up front right now, I have no bias when it comes to Bitcoin's price action. I am not in a Bitcoin trade. I decided I wanted to stay out of the market. I just took this dash position, but I decided I was going to stay out of the market. So out of Bitcoin for now. So I have no bias. I'm just here to give you the truth. And as long as I have no bias either, I have no emotions tied into it, and I can be straight up with you. Straight up. I would be straight up with you anyway, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying, not financial advice. Volume is starting to pick up ever so slightly. Now it takes a little bit of time here on the weekly time frame for you to fully see that reflected here in the bar. But you can see, well, actually you can't see. I know that volume is starting to pick up right in here. So a lot of activity in here versus before. You can see we were just declining here in the volume, even though we're getting some sort of moves to the upside, getting these higher lows down through here. Volume was still on a decline, and now it seems that there's a lot more activity coming in around this point right here. All right, so that's your volume over time there. All right, let's see. I already touched up on this here. That's your monthly, and then this is supposed to be your 15. So let me just put this back. Then you can just see what it looks like from this perspective, from the 15-minute time frame perspective, what it's looking like in here. But as I was saying, hold on. What the heck? Oh, that's because I drew my lines on on the blow-in chart. All right, so you do have some regression lines here on your RSI. We've already broken two of them. I'm just going to go back through it. All right, so you got a regression down through here. Let me make sure that was my regression point. Yeah, I think that was my regression point down through here. Which you can see how it broke it the first time and reclaimed. That's a great entry right there. It takes balls. Takes balls. I know us ladies don't have balls, but it takes balls to see the potential in taking something like that. But that'll work. That'll work. I'm gonna move it now, and you can see it's already back up above it after having broken down below it. And then I had the one that was going across here like this. And you can see where it broke it the first time, so it was readjusted for the second. And then as the momentum started to fade, we broke down to that one. And now it looks like we're going to have one coming across here. So this one right here I can take away. That's already been broken, ideally. I mean, you can turn on your your moving averages for your RSI, your signals for your RSI, and just go with that. I like to do it like this sometimes. Yeah, I like to do it like this sometimes. And then of course your fast one would come down to here, which has already been broken just by reclaiming right here. Just by reclaiming right there. And you just pair that up. Then you just pair it up with what your price action is. So I'm gonna get rid of these right here. And it wouldn't be any different than looking at it really through here. But a lot of times your momentum will break first. Momentum will break, and then price action will follow. A little bit of, nope, a little bit of a lie I was about to tell there. A little bit of a lie. A little bit of a lie, but we do have a flat flat area right here. But it is reclaiming, so we'll see how that goes. 2 minutes left on this right here. We'll just say 3. We'll just say 3 minutes left on this. Let me zoom out. I don't want to get too caught up in a 15-minute time frame. See what we got going on over here. Yeah, I did see this where we were getting that bit of a rejection right in here. It was also, I think I was looking at the QTD cloud, and it was also throwing off that signal that it was going to get a rejection right in here as well. So like I said, I think they were trying to reach for that 105, but they were just having a hard time with that squeeze, getting that price up there to that 105. That is what I'm eyeing. I'm eyeing that 105. Let's see. So they have they do have sellers, a lot more sellers right in here, a lot more sellers around that 105 as well. And like I said, they start to go neutral. So they want to get it to a place where they have better liquidity, which is going to be 108, 110. 108, 110. They have a lot better liquidity to get the prices up there. A lot of shorts were closing out. I can see that. I can see the numbers start to decline. A lot of shorts were closing out. You had longs that were taking profit in here as well, but definitely short positions were closing out. I saw the shorts closing out down here too, with the tweezer bottom, double bottom situation on Biddy. Let me see this right here. But just take those moving averages away. I was looking at momentum breaks throughout here. So, like I said, getting up here to 105, 110. That's the goal. That's the goal. Let me move through here and see what we got going on. Now, the one thing that does kind of bother me just ever so slightly, you can see the momentum break through here too. We got tweezer bottom, so I don't think anything's going to be better than seeing that tweezer bottom right here. We got the break right here. Tweezer bottom in here. It's just the fact that with the move up, because of how aggressive it was coming down, we have to keep in mind that we have to be as aggressive going up, because if we're not, then we're putting in bear divs, and so we don't have any bullish divergence that has come into play yet here on a 4-hour time frame, which is something that double bottoms make for great liquidity. So markets may want to come back to that. Bear that in mind if you're somebody that hasn't at least taken a slight bit of profit during that push up, okay? That they may choose to come back down here and take out the liquidity from these lows in here. Don't have to, not to get the bullish divergence. All we have to do is see it close below here. So 100,542. We need to see a closure below it. It doesn't have to be a closure below these lows. Doesn't have to be a closure below these lows, but it does need to be a closure below here. Either that or a spring, one of the two, but really bullish divergence would be the thing that I would want to see here for the 4-hour time frame. So maybe just coming back in here again, back testing that 50%, retracing it in here, which is somewhere around this point right here, and a little closure below here, even if it's exaggerated. I do want to see some bullish divvies in here. We don't have that right now. We have the bear div across here. So you can see how we got a higher top here on the RSI with a lower top here, coming from this point here. So this point right here, where we got the breakdown from, or the back test, whatever you want to call it, breakdown, back test, right here from this structure, this wedgie structure through here. So, yeah, I want to see some bull div. I want to see some bull div. Tell you what, it look good together. We get a bull div and we get another liquidity grab right here. That would be sweet. Um, that would be sweet. I'm not hoping for anybody who's already, in the trade setup. Like I said, there are two, three now, three. So the gift that keeps on giving, but we do have a little bit of a bear div in here. Okay, so either we're going to see some explosive move up to get to where we're trying to get to invalidate any sort of bear div that we have, which can be done. That can also be the case. We can come up and take out this high right here, and then lose attention to this right here, and then get another move back down. So that's also a thing too. It doesn't have to come down here and do any of this first. It doesn't have to. Hopefully it gets magnetized to that 105. They need to get up to that liquidity there around that 105. And then 108, 110, something like that. Beyond there, beyond 110, I mean, yeah, loans are basically in control. So that's 50 right here at its resistance. At its resistance point also. I mean, it did actually tap it and treat it as resistance. Can't tell it now because it popped away from it, but that's your resistance, that trend regression here on your 4-hour time frame. Let's move out. Let's see. All right, so if you don't recall this, I posted on this before. I didn't share it again this time, but this has been posted on, and we've seen it here on the chart because it's still here. I actually extended this out when I knew we were going to be coming down here. So this is just the megaphone here on Bitcoin, which means that if we're holding in here, let's just say we're not going to do, they don't need to use those hedge positions they have around 95 or 85, neither one of those. And we're holding in here. That mega, that means our volatility range. We have a nice swing for volatility that could bring prices back up into here. Okay, so if you're looking for another high, that would be it. That would be it. There's a lot of positions building around 140,000. I told you I could say 130. I couldn't really say, and I said I was stretching on that 140. I'm stretching on that 140. I could say 130. And feel comfortable with it. But we'll see if the rest of it plays out. But yes, it's yeah, a lot building up around that 140 as well. Here for Biddy. Definite resistance here around 105. Okay, you just got to get to it. Let's see what else is happening down in here. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we actually had tapped this that day too, on Tuesday. I saw it. I saw it. I saw us tap it. It looked like it was perfect. Yeah, we had tapped it that day as well on that drop. So Nice little trend regression we had in here on Biddy, and then we got another one going down through here. And I know I have this drawn out. I may have it on another time frame though. I'm just gonna double check my drawing. You know me by now. Let's do this one in green. Just make it a little thicker. Alright. So that's what we got going on right here. Looking for that breakup. So you know we're gonna break up. You can look at the Intel, we're gonna break up unless they just send this RSI to Hades. If it's not Hades, it's gonna be Valhalla. Valhalla. Okay. It's like daily. It's weekly. We've already gone through what we got over here. So yeah, I was about to say I know I have trend regressions over here on the weekly. You know, when it's collapsed, it looks like we tapped, but we didn't when it's collapsed. All right, so this weekly is actually getting there to potentially coming back and testing this low in here. So you can definitely plot this trend regression line. I can't break it because you can see right here beforehand, it did actually break it. Right here, you can see it tapped it. It gave the 2 points to make it an actual trend line. So here, and then it back tested it here, came down, broke below it, but reclaimed it. Man, that's a signal. It's for the go. That's for the go. So we'll see what happens down through here. It has already been moved to here. So even if it does that, it could do that again right here. Where we just see it do that. Okay. Let me see it do that. We want to see it do that. Either, you know, get in and feel confident about it if it taps into here, or if it breaks it and reclaims it, feel confident. Look at that. That dash is over here printing me some dollars. I'm just looking at it in my P&L thing. All right. Nice little dash. Let me see what this. That was a bull div we had in there. We want to extend that to see. Yeah, so you can see we dropped into it too. Got a little bit of a bounce and said, no ma'am, not today. So yeah, that's what we're working with. We could, you know, like I said, if they can't get the prices of what they need to get it to, and they have to come back down, we're looking for that trend line tap here on the weekly time frame as well. Something. And then you can plot the fast momentum break here off of the weekly as well. But so far everybody's done okay. I mean, we've done okay. Bitcoin has done okay here. That would probably just, you know, get it, you know, like I said, 95 maybe, 97.50, 95. We'll see. See how that goes. It's around 97.5. Yeah, 97.5. Yeah, 90. Yeah, 97.5. 95. All right. Speedy. Look at how beautiful that worked out. Reclaim. See how that happened faster than, oh, anyway. It broke this little trend line right here. We'll see how much we can push up if we don't come back up here into this trend line right here and reject. We're getting a breakout right here. Then, like I said, try to get that to that 105. They need to get that to that 105 right now. Nice little liquidity sitting right there, that 105. Woo, woo, dashy, dash. Dashy, dash. Let me look back at this dash. This dash. Man, I should have listened to the Coin King. I said no. I should have listened to the Coin King to see if my guy's right on Zen. It's okay. He's trying to hold up. I'm gonna close this dash out. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna close it out. I'm gonna take this money and I'm gonna run with it. Get into that golden pocket. Get me to that GP. Let's see how we look in here. Like I said, you know, heavy on the RSI here. Bear div. First move down is gonna be a bull div. Of course, first move down is gonna give you some bullish divots in here. Put a move back up for a weaker RSI for another retracement here, unless, like I said, besides wants to put in another drop, bearish divergence. This thing had bull divs coming all down through here. I mean, just bull divs all down through here. You see this? You see, which ones were I looking at? I know I was looking at this here and this here. So you can see that bullish divot there. You can see right there, like it. That was lovely. It had another one down here, so you wouldn't have went wrong with the bull deals on this one right here, because each time it was just swinging price up, so you weren't ever breaking below one of the lows either. So that was just pretty sweet. I should have looked at this thing. That's my friend. It's nice. It's nice. Now the way it's going to confirm this bullish bearish divergence, though, is going to be with the failure to close above this point. So as I'm talking about it, it's going to be the failure. Hold on, let me see. Which one is it? No. Price needs to get above that point. I'm sorry. Price closes above this point. That's going to confirm that bear div on the RSI. It closes above this point right here. So I'll probably going to say I probably close out around 786, but I think I'm just going to close it out there. If it gets to that point right there, I'll probably just do it like that. I'm going to do this with it. Don't be tempting me, Dash. Please don't. Please don't, Dash. It's not a bear div. It's not a bear div right now. It's not a bear div right now. I'm just putting it in here. Just putting it in. Well, this is a bear div. Okay, so that was a bear div. Man, oof. Talk about making money fast. Jeez. Look at the bears already coming in on it. Can you just not do that and read the chart? Read the chart. Oh man, I don't even want to go back to Bitcoin right now. I kid you not. I kid you not. I do not even want to go back to Bitcoin, but I gotta go back to Bitcoin because I don't have that chart open anywhere else. Right now, Bitcoin is trying to get back up above it. That was also a prior low for Bitcoin. That was also a prior low. Check up here on I appreciate that reclaim. That's the thing on sure. Read the room, bears. It needs to get up there. It needs to get above. We need to see a closure above here before you go trying to short it. Let's get the closure above here. Things looking good. It's looking good. I'm gonna maintain this position if yeah, I'm gonna hold this position with the psychological golden pocket right here. But we already know we're gonna put in a bear give, and that the RSI is not as strong as it was back here, even though this candle looks really nice. I just want to confirm on it. Not gonna take a short on Dash, but I just want to confirm above it, and that's the only thing for me. Just doing that little bit. Could have taken partial profit right there. Could get that. If I'm gonna take partial profit, let's just say Bears happen to win, I'm gonna walk away with the same amount of money, so I'm gonna hold it. And still walk away with what I would have walked away with. That's how that's gonna work. Strong on that 15-minute time frame too. Just looking back at it, like really strong on this 15-minute at the moment. So if I slap on my Bollinger's at right here, slap on the Bollinger there, you can see the strong deviation, very strong deviation here. So what can happen right here is price can get trapped in between here. Price can get trapped in between here. That's why I'm staying zoomed out, so I'm not caught up in all of this too much. Let's see. Cash at the moment. I gotta put it back on the 4. I'm sorry, just too choppy right there. Too choppy. Nothing really right now. I'm gonna take this away. Actually, it's a good lesson. We'll make sure it doesn't move past this interval. All right. What else do we have? Let's take a look at Ethereum right about now. I might want to take my first Zcash trade, but only once it pulls back. Only once I can see that. This is a 4-hour time frame, so this looks like it would take some time. It would take some time for that to happen. All right, so Ethereum, what we talked about on stream on for Ethereum on Tuesday, and I did eventually decide to post on this Ethereum and Solana. I had just kept it at Bitcoin. That was like I immediately had did Bitcoin, and then I went back in and gave the update. But I finally decided to go ahead and post up on this right here because we were looking at the fact that we had this liquidity sitting right here at this point right here. All right, so just like Bitcoin, really not a whole lot different from that. So you have the 50% retracement golden pocket, and then I got a platinum pocket in here. So if you're looking at coming into your bear market control zone in here, it's going to be down in here where you have the platinum pocket at in the 786. You also have this really nice zone through here for Ethereum. You can see how many times Ethereum has respected this level in here. It may also be a high volume node section down through here as well um, for ETH. But these are the notes that I put in here on it. So you have your liquidity. You got some pretty decent volume across here as well. And I can show you that. So actually, let's just do it from this point right here all the way over here to here. You can see this node right here. You see this node? See this node? You also have that node right there. So that's your volume and your liquidity both right here together into this 50% retracement zone in here. And you can see how volume started to pick up right in here. So I did just add like a little dash line through here. All right, so we're starting to, let me see. What is off for me? What is off? Something is off. Okay, so no, nothing is off, nothing is off. Just the last point that I felt like volume was like the greatest is what I did here with those little um, dash lines right here. You're seeing that's all that right there was. So that's what you're looking at in here for Ethereum. You can see where your point of control is also sitting at. So let's just say in the event that Bitcoin did get that push down to that, let's just say 85, not 85, 95, forgive me, 95. Okay, because that would be the next place of interest. That is has the highest amount of puts sitting in there. So you know that they're hedging, looking to hedge right in there. That would be here into this golden pocket where you have your point of control sitting at in this zone right here. All right, so you got that confluence. You also have your 200-week EMA. So you have your point of control, you have a golden pocket, and you have your 200 EMA all sitting right here. So that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice right here. All right, so you can see what I put in here. 3,200. That was max pain for Ethereum, 3,200. So you can see how this all gave confluence in here to the zone where the 50% retracement was at. The volume, the liquidity, everything, 3,200. Okay, so if they're not able to maintain at 3,200, the flush to 3,000. Now that's still within this jargon right here. That's still within here. All right, that is still within here. It's not here just yet, but we don't. I don't really know how to. Well, no, never mind on that. I don't really know. It's gonna. Sometimes it'll move a lot rougher against Bitcoin. Sometimes it will move a lot rougher against Bitcoin. But you do have your highest, your largest. I mean, that's gonna be your bear market down here. So when you start looking at where you have uh, the largest amount of orders sitting, that is going to be in here. But that's when we start talking about the bear market territory. Okay, here for Ethereum. We'll get rid of this. But yeah, Got a lot of orders built up in here. Built up in here. You got your triangle. Got a lot of stuff. Got a lot of orders built up in here. So that's your generational wealth down here. If people still believe crypto can produce those kind of numbers, that's what it is. Okay. Generational wealth to be sitting down here. No sense in me really zooming out elsewhere. Um, this our range we have been calling in. So that would measure up to everything I just said with the bear market lows. That would measure up to that. So explosive move down here. At some point, some point that could be the case. Right now it's not, but at some point, that was your monthly time frame. At some point that can be the case. You just have to be prepared for it. So I click on over here. Trying to see what this is. Okay, so that's VWAP. That's VWAP. Okay, and this is just me trying to find where momentum would break and reclaim. So this is old and over. That was this trend line down through here. We broke below, came up, back tested, boom, there you go. There you go. And then this one, it could still act as some sort of a barrier. Just trying to figure out why I had this one in here, because I can see we back tested that one. We back tested that. But what is this coming from? Let me just zoom out. Put on 1 hour so I'm not struggling with it. Okay. Alright, I see you. Okay. It's a little bit off. I must have drew it off of a higher time frame already. Yeah, I did that. I drew it off of a higher time frame. I think that's correct. I don't know why I feel like I still feel like it. It's just me. Okay. My magnet's not on. I'm like, why do I feel like something is off? Because my magnet wasn't on. All right. So that's what that is. Okay. And we came up. We also have our levels in here. Our levels have been freaking amazing. Thank goodness I went in here and added these levels in here too. It was like, it's nice to have something to fall back on, something to lean on. What is that? Saturday? I'm a little far out. Today's, oh my gosh, the week goes by so fast. I just put this on Saturday. The week goes by so fast. I actually work on the weekends, which is why I don't stream on weekends, but that's good. I need a break. I need to get off from in front of the computer. So I work on weekends. I work Saturdays and Sundays. For a company I need to be investing in, to tell you the truth. Which is Qualcomm. Alright, so we don't really need this anymore, so I'm going to do away. Hold on, let me see something here. Could I have done this like that? It looked like it made sense when I did it like that. It looked like it made sense. But no, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. I'm reaching. I'm reaching. Might be able to use this later though. How about that? So what I'm gonna do is get on there. I don't need this. I don't need it. I wouldn't do it like that anyway. Alright, so take that away. This, I wouldn't even use that like that anymore. It would be like this now. This would have been the trend line to break right here, which we've already done. Forget these lines. Forget it. I don't need this one either. I don't think I need that one either. We had VWAP sitting in here. No, this one I'm gonna keep. We did break this momentum though, so that is. This is just old. This is where I was saying back in the day, back here when this happened, that it was gonna do that. This is really old. This is, yeah, that's old. What is this? Old stuff in here. Alright, so VWAP, VWAP, VWAP. Which I don't really care for VWAP on these time frames right here. Really don't. We hit the moving average. Made a lot more. I mean, the VWAP is a moving average too, but it's volume also. Delete that. I mean, there's really nothing else to look at in here on. Bears trying to defeat me on Dash. You see, we just broke below that counter with the top and tail there on the 15-minute time frame. That's the 15-minute. That's fine. I'm gonna hold it. I usually don't let this data roll over to the 15-minute, but I am letting it happen today. All right. No, it's not rolling over because it doesn't even show that that zone right here. I mean, what I said about Ethereum is basically it. That's basically it for ETH. And no sense in looking at it through the lenses of these lower time frames. It just won't make sense. This is old. You can see that we hit the resistance right here. Like I said, I don't have to draw the trend lines. I just prefer to do the trend lines because I can just look at it like this with all of this noise in here. I try not to do it when I'm with you guys because I already have enough indicators and stuff like that. But I try not to. So I try not to put all the noise on here. This probably showed it breaking. No, it showed the resistance too. Yeah. So. Let's see what that leads us to. This zone right here is 277, 2649. That's the golden pocket. That's the golden pocket. That's what that is. Golden pocket. If we do this measure move right here from this, so just in case they do send us down, if we're not reclaiming back inside of this range right here that we got the breakdown from, then that would be the case right here. That they would, eventually shoot us down here to this to the golden pocket for the measure move, where everything is kind of lining up for here. Have the point of control, the 200-week EMA. Um, yeah, golden pocket, measured move. Like everything says, I come here. That's what everything reads. I come here. All right. Test these highs in here. Test these highs. Test it there. Test it through here. Test it through there. Test it through there. Come back and test that again. Okay. Really got much more to add on. This would have been us to the upside if we took out the top here. So I would have been looking there. We didn't. So I'm looking down for now. Unless, like I said, if we reclaim in here, reclaim back above, what's that? 3510, reclaim back above 3510, then okay, we can stop really looking at this right here, because then we've invalidated this move out here. Sri Lanka. All right, Solana right now, I know that it was trying to hold these highs through here. It was resistance. It got up above it and managed to hold it back over here. Just a little wick right there. So like an hour left on this candle right here. See if it's going to break down below it. And I was looking to see if perhaps it was going to get that push up above here. It's still on the table as an area of interest in case price does, manage to hold through here and come back up. Otherwise, maybe it could break down right here, come back and treat that as resistance, and then just continue this move to the downside here. But I remember we were looking for this move back into here, which was just simply a moving average that's sitting in here. This is what Solana goes into its bear market territory. So this has all been posted right here, but just me just going through it, just explaining it to you as you cannot, in case you couldn't understand what I was getting to. With Sol. So I'm just going to jump over to that. We drew this line right here out on Tuesday. Just looking at that along with the liquidity here. So everything pretty much, as far as the altcoins go, let's just say Ethereum, Solana, because I didn't look at everything else, but took the liquidity there, and it did have a moving average, also a 50% retracement. That was there as well. Measured move puts it down here around 110. All right, but this is the situation here with Sol. Right here, you can see got some nice volume here. Some nice volume here. Push this over again. There's some pretty nice volume here where we did get the drop golden pocket here, actually below the 50% retracement here. This is where it was holding beforehand. And I remember looking at this with you on this exact time frame right here. Because initially, I was thinking that maybe it could continue to hold here, and then I said, lose that, and then come here and lose that. Then we're at our trend line right here, platinum pocket level in here. Also what should be our bear market low, so we should not be looking to take this out. But things can start to get real sticky in here for Solana, which is what I'm going to get into. But so far, you got a nice little hold right here on your 120 EMA. You could say your 100 if you're somebody that prefer your 100. Then you just go with your 100. It's not going to be a big difference, with that. I'm using 120 just because I've seen how clean 120 has reacted with some other large caps, but you can say 100. I say 120 is what I've been going with, just because it's just been a cleaner. Hold on, why did that not go back? How I had it. It has it's just been smoother. It's worked smoother for me. So that's what I do. So that 120 with this high node and then your golden pocket tap, that's some great confluence in here for this first target in here for Ethereum, for Solana, sorry, for Solana. And then of course you can see your second one is going to be right here where you have the 200. So you have confirmation on this trend line right here, because you have your 200. Looks like it's slightly off a little bit. Right, so because you have your 200 week EMA, which is commonly used, that's running across the low of this trend line. Also, your 786 and your 886, so your platinum pocket. This is where things start to get very, very sticky for Sol. Okay, because we want to see Solana really not breaking this. I mean, everybody's going to already start to panic below this little pivot right here. And that would be Sol coming into the 786. And then you throw that with this trend line right here and this 200. I mean, they're both the same. The 200 and trend line, they're both the same. It just, just confirming, the stability of this trend line, really, how important this trend line is. It's all that's doing. You start to break that weekly momentum, you got a problem. You got a problem because I'd be looking down here. And it's going to be a hard pill to swallow. We'll be getting closer to where I enter Solana at. I'll still be in profit because I'm lower, but we'd be getting eerily close, and it'd be like I held on to Solana for all of that just for it to come back down here. And then you can see you got all this volume down through here. So it's really sticky at this point. It's really sticky. If Bitcoin goes into a bear market and Solana is typically this is where Solana's bear market lows should be, right in here. Yeah, that spells trouble. And you can see I have the bear market territory right here. So below 145, you actually come into bear market territory. So it's barely holding on. Right here where it got that dip at, the low is at 145.85. So it was just a little change off from hitting the bear market territory. So, because it starts at 145.40 for me, how I read it, what my indicator gives me as well. So 145.40 is where it starts. And then it goes all the way down to that 95.26, which is going to be this low right here, which we shouldn't be tapping into. So I had to give something. So I said 99, below 99. And say below 100, it's in trouble. Below 100, we're in trouble. So I put 99 in here, and you can see, yeah, that's not even this node right here. Yeah, so it becomes trouble, and then it could spell disaster for Sol. It could spell disaster for it. I mean, maybe it's a good place for you to want to get in, but I know I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it at all. Let's just hope that we can manage here. You can move this trend line if you like, so it's not. I don't think it was cutting through anything. I try to make sure I'm not cutting through anything, but this just, propped it in a little bit more. It's relaxed a little bit more, gave me a little bit more room. I'm not making sure I'm not cutting through anything. I don't think I'm cutting through anything. Yeah, that could be bad. Back down here. what that is. It looks like it comes through this wick. I guess it would be something like that. That's what it would be. That is not the sauce. There really isn't too much for me to. I have a lot of data, you know, to go back on or so, because that was the first time it actually had came into that cloud was there. So if I'm looking at it, hold on, I'm sorry, I had to think for a second about something. Let me just see something here. Just seeing how I would have eyeballed it. And it's probably about the cleanest it's been with these moving averages. But if I were, yeah, see, that was like the first time. And see, it had such a wide, um, had such a wide range in here at the time when it came in. It doesn't have that now. So, and you can see that here on the monthly. What is that? It's a 60 EMA sitting right here at that low. Sitting right here at this low. That must have been where it was sitting. Can't tell. I'm sure it was curved or something. Might have been what it did right there. Also, we have it in here. I think initially I did have this tilted up a little bit higher. Yeah, initially I had this tilted up a little bit higher, but I went back in and I readjusted it. So we've already broken. I mean, we can see that now in hindsight, but I did initially have this go through here. Right there. I'm not really liking it too much right now. So I did share that this monthly time frame chart as well. You can't see it from here, not like that. I did have this drawn up through here though initially. I had it where it cut through. So, but it wasn't that big of a difference. next momentum line would have been through here. So it broke the first one. Just really need to start going off of the first one instead. That's your that was your bear market right here. That's what I'm looking at. So when I say platinum pocket and this trend line right here, this would be better if Solana came through and it held that. But if for some reason it did, you really start to look at this as trouble because you don't want it breaking down below here. It just printed, so there's not enough data to go off on that, but it looks like it may have never broken below it before, which would be the same thing in here. This was the low in here. For some reason, it did jump up ever so slightly in here. I don't know why it did that at that moment. It did, but it doesn't look like it actually really expanded or anything like that. So really want to see that not do anything like that. Maybe you want to cancel it if it's and look at possibly buying below here if it starts to lose this trend line right here. Could be a great place to buy it. Like I said, it might also put it in jeopardy of coming down here to this trend line right here. So I know we need to hold there. That's what I'm seeing. But I did share this chart right here too, so you can see what we were actually slapping up against. As you just saw it over there. So it's 26. I use 26. A lot of people use 20. I go with the 26. If I use 20, it probably would have been right here at the body. So, I mean, 20 is fine too. I'm just saying. Yeah, I was right. So it would have been at the body. I like to look for a deviation. 26 is a good deviation number. Usually I would have added it together. So 25, but 26 just stuck out to me, so I went with 26. And even that's not always clean, see that right there. This might have tapped 50. This might have tapped 50. Let's see what that looked like. See, a lot of people use 50, so that would have been more on par. I just, I take into account some sort of a deviation. But I'm not actually necessarily waiting for it to hit the EMA, because, can't always count on the EMA as being a support. Just kind of look around to see what other confluence I have, and I say, yeah, that could be it. But yeah, that hit 50. So you're good if you're using your 20 and your 50 just the same, and your 100 over what I used, and then your 200 is standard. So let's see that 114. That's just before hitting that platinum pocket. Just before hitting that 0.886. That's what that is. So I'm going to set this back to how I like it. But 50 is good. 50 is good. In fact, that's all Bitcoin did. As it continues to try to hold up in here. That's all Bitcoin did right here. This is 60, and you can see I have it. Did I put the note in there? I didn't add that in there. Didn't tell you what the confluence was, but that was a 50. right there. That's the 50. I just don't like how much it moved through 50 personally, but that's good. That's a 50. And then that, let's see. I don't have on. I have it set for 120 right now though. I'll put it on a 100 just to see. Actually, let me put my 200. I'll put a 100 right here. So 2 and 5. This is the bear market territory at 200. That's the first time it dropped over to 200 right here. That's the first time. So that'd be bear market lows to here. And that's the 100 coming in at 85. And remember I said 85, they stacking at 85. Okay, so just know that they're stacking positions at 85. 95 first. 95 is like the biggest stack they have. And then 85 is the second largest stack they have for price to potentially come back to if they, when we get to that point. I can actually leave this like that. Change it. Yeah, I can leave this like that. There's not a lot going on around here. After that, it might, these highs with here, and then that node right there. That could be the case. 85, 80. They'll always overshoot though. They'll always overshoot a little bit at least. Hasn't tapped this ever. Hasn't tapped it. See, tapped it in, came down, took it again. Now it's pushed away, broke, and then the first time it lost that. So we'll play it just like that again. This is a nice spread right here though. It could, I probably would look at this and say that's a nice spread, so don't let me lie. We'll play it like that again. This, and then this. Looks right to me. Looks right to me. And then there'll be just going through here like that. These highs looks pretty. Yeah, something like that. Something like that at the end of the day. I'm just going over. It's easier to see it like this. Just going over this candle body right in here. If it comes to that. See how we do right here for now. We'll tuck this away. Got enough drawings on here already, but you saw that So yeah, I would just play it just like they did back in 2021. We lose this, well, they got them orders stacking that, and I'll be looking right in here. Then, whatever bounce we get, let's just say it's over. That's our last bounce, and we come into bear market. We come into bear market. Not looking for it to break below what it did, like it did over here. It had room to do it over here, because you don't affect. I think it was this low right here. It didn't affect this low. So they had room to do it in here. They don't have room to do it over here. Because, I mean, yeah, they do. Yeah, we do. This is all the way down here. What's that? I was all looking at this. Apparently, I was looking at this for some reason, but I'm going to get rid of this. I don't want to look at that. We're already sitting in that box on the weekly. And that's our low. I think I covered that. Yeah, it's our bear market. So we have, this is what we want to avoid, because that's going to be that low. So yeah, just right in here. About 57 at the lowest. About 57 at the lowest. When we get to it, the volume, I mean, starting to pick up in here a little bit in here, so we know that they're active in here versus beforehand. All right, let me check over here. We talked about USDT dominance as well on Tuesday when I left things off. We were down in here somewhere, and I was saying to you that this would possibly put us down there around that $100,000 marker, just coming into here. I gave you the numbers for this. This is 561 to 590, so that's the resistance level in here for USDT dominance. And as soon as we came into it, you can see how we started to reject a little bit. Just confirming that that could have just been a little reversal point there. Now, momentum looks pretty good in here. I'm not going to lie on that. Momentum looks pretty decent in here on USDT dominance. Doesn't look like it's about to break down to me. Not yet. I'm not getting that vibe. It can push up a little bit more, so that's why I'm also just going to keep throwing the numbers out there on that 95 and 85. You got 90, 95, and 80. Yeah, 90, 85, 80. But you got the trend line down through here. That could be the final top for USDT dominance. If it does, maybe it overshoots a little bit, maybe. But that's the one that I'm looking at. This one won't make sense. I already checked it. That one won't make sense at all for any of this. None whatsoever. So like I said, maybe it overshoots it a little bit, just like it did down in here. Possibly just overshoot it a little bit. Otherwise, that could be a topping point if it reaches it within this level in here. So the overshoot would account for like that 590 just above here. Okay. At least that's what I'm hoping so far. Yeah. This is resistance. I don't want to have to draw another box. If I did, it'll be right in here. You see where those lows are at? It'll be right across here. And if you don't know, I didn't notice, I did add this extra measured move in here too. Because this first one, this one right here, the second one actually, I took it from here to here. And with this one, I took it from here to here, just to see. I like to start from the center. But then I was like, let me just do another one just off of that low there. And that's pretty much, that's about it. Excuse me. Yeah, that was about it. Alright. Zcash is just in the range. Not Zcash, Dash. Dash is just in the range right now. You know, haven't popped above the golden pocket and came into the trend line right there. I want to see that close. I want to see a close above it, or at least the I'd rather see the close above it. I don't really want to see like the spring. I'd rather see the close above. Let me show you what we look like on the 15-minute. We get trapped. So we're still within the trap right now. And the trap is just your SD1 and SD2, like I was showing here. So that's what the trap is. It's the SD1 and SD2. Probably better for you to put it on instead of how I did it. I just drew the line. I just didn't want to have all the noise on here, so I just drew the line through it. Right now it would have looked like that. So you can see that, yeah, it would be respecting it. Like, so it's just in the trap right now until it breaks the trap. And then, yeah, we like the trap. We like to stay in the trap. The trap is just where we have strength at. Where you don't really want to fade the move just yet. See if we can see it elsewhere. Which I know we can. But that's the trap right there. Until we lose the trap. And we look to get back inside that trap. We lose it. But it needs to have a spread on it. Like that. Nice little spread. Usually looking for this to be turned down. You want this turning away. Price action. Once it starts to turn up, then you might be starting to lose a little bit strength from that trap. Once it starts to turn up. But as long as it's turned down, you really don't have to fade it. See how it turned out? Stays turned out. Up until that point. And then that would have been where I could see the curve at right there. You can see the curve. So right now, I'm not gonna claim it just yet, but it is trying to turn up, trying to turn up right there. So when you get in the trap, you're really looking for this right here to bend on you, like right here again. Let's see. I need, you know what I need to do? I need to make it so I can tell the curve on it. I really need to do it because that's what I do with the MACD. Is I do it so I can tell the curve on it. I plot the color schematic over it. That way I can tell where that curve is at on the MACD. I need to do that with this. I need to go in and do that. I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna do it because it's not always easy to see it. That's why I use this so I can see it a lot easier because you can see this down here turn up. You can see that turn up. So I will go off of that. This is early. This is super early. But I'm gonna fix it so I can read it off of the Bollinger Band. It's a good way to know when you're probably gonna correct. Make sure I ain't got no more lines in here. Could do something like I do with the RSI. Just look for that to break up above there, and then just use your resistance. You know, whatever. I'm just saying, like there are ways to stay in your trades a little bit longer. You'll get some money back. Don't worry, you're gonna get some money back. I don't care how good you are, what indicators you use. None of that. You're gonna get some money back. You're not gonna keep it all. Check on that Zen. That's Zcash. Oh, Zcash. Look at Zcash. Look at Zcash. And now I'm not coming below that trend line. I'm breaking this one. Forget what you say. 527. None of your resistance zones matter to me. None of it. Screw your resistance zones. I'm gone. I feel for people who try to short it, that's the thing. Like, don't try to short it. Let me see this thing. Yeah, see, it's in the trap. The trend line running straight up through there. And then check the Bollingers over here on it. But you can see right through here. Your little curves, like I said, your little curves. You can just throw your trend line on here. Catch a little bit faster than here, possibly. But it stays in the trap. Bees in the trap. Bees in the trap. It stays in there, baby. Ugh. Ugh. I love me some freaking Bollinger Bands. I love them. Okay. Guess that just keeps going. And Zen is okay. It made it up there to the well, I was looking at that one. I mean that $20 marker. It's still holding the low down here, so that's great. You can tell that it was, well outside the Bollinger Bands over here. You can tell that it never got a chance to just kind of like hold the zone or anything like that. It looked like it might have did it over here, possibly touched the 20 SMA right here. Just telling, just that's what I'm thinking. I have no idea, but I'm just assuming from my experience of using them. Nope, it did not do that. It did not do that. Okay, so I was saying that probably hit the 20 right in here. It did not do that. It stayed in the trap right here until it broke down below it, and that was a good entry right here. Good entry. See how that band turned up too? It's failed. Failed. That was a tenth. The 10th. Oh, that was the 10th. This. I probably would have been too scared to touch it. Just tell you the truth. Just tell you the truth. I would have been too scared to touch it. And it's just as bad when it's coming down, like when you in a downtrend. But I don't really see like where I could really say. Just as bad coming down. I don't really have no points in here where it's not no bad token right here. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. That's probably a good example right there. Staying in the trap coming down right through here. Right through here. Like I don't really like when it uses up all the volatility. I don't like that. That scares me because it can break down at any point. I would have put a trend line on here, but I still don't like that. This is not no bad token. Zen. Zen. Sideways now. Sideways right now. Mm. Yeah, it's not bad. And this might actually just find some better strength on this. If it gets this breakout right here, this has the potential to actually find better strength than what it had over here, just because it looks like a flag through here. If it gets that, this could, just really send a lot higher. I like the structure. The structure looks corrective. I like when I can see that against price action. Probably could see it a little better from here. Let me see if I can. No, not really. From here, I really can't. Because this actually came up. So for me, I would have probably looked at this, like this situation right here. And once this comes up to here, I'll be looking for it to break. Let's see. This suggests that it is a rising structure. That's what I use this for, to kind of see like what the pattern might actually be. Can always turn that off too, right? Sometimes you don't always see it. It's matching up with that. Surprising. Surprising structure. These wicks on the top. You just have to wait and see. Let's go with the information we got in here on this one. Let's see what else is happening. Bitcoin is on chill. Look at Ethereum anymore. XRPZ doesn't really have any structure in here. This stuff doesn't have any structure. I don't think anybody's interested in any of this stuff right here. None of this. This is all your basic stuff anyway. Aster has a little bit more structure. This has been holding on to that golden pocket, that's for sure. Nothing I would want to trade. I guess we need to stick to privacy coins, right? Good short. This is pump. Until I don't care about this stuff anymore. It's not coming over here. What else I got in here? Why are you here? Must have been a target at some point. I haven't updated the stuff that's through here. 3226. Probably wouldn't touch that either. Got here Litecoin. I think I looked at that coming on before coming on stream. Chainlink. Ooh wee. My Chainlink order got filled. My Chainlink order got filled. How about that? I haven't looked at Chainlink. Last time we looked at it, we were looking at, everything had their little range. I think this was this a daily? Yeah, this was the daily one here for Chainlink. You can see Chainlink popped right into bear market lows and got the bounce away. So I had a buy order sitting in here, so I know it should have gotten filled. I have to go check Coinbase because sometimes Coinbase don't fill your stuff. Sometimes they don't, but we hit the tip top of coming into bear market lows. How about that? Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Let's stretch these out. think I got like 2 more limit orders set for Chainlink. And Lord, I'm gonna either make some money, I'm gonna be out of some, we'll be down. Not gonna be out, I'm gonna be down. Be down for sure. I was trying to recover into this range though. Not that I'm thinking that we're supposed to go below here, because we shouldn't be coming below this point right here. If we hold true, we shouldn't be coming below that. So this really doesn't matter too much to me. We shouldn't be violating this low. The rest of it I don't really care about. I don't care about that low. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about that low. I just care about that other low. I care about this low. What is that? Care about that low. That's all I care about. But wow. Hold on. This is what happens every time I block. Yeah, I care about that low. Right layer. Let's see what that is. I thought somebody was saying the other day, I wasn't watching it, at 786 and then 0.886, probably down to here somewhere. Somebody was saying the other day that Chainlink was pumping. I tell you, boy, people exaggerate on that, because this is not a pump. It's a bounce. It's not a pump. I should have definitely gotten filled on Coinbase on that first little, because I'm looking for everything that's down in here. Everything that's down in here is going to be an entry. And that's so you can see that's that. I'm just glad it's not large, like it's not a huge area like it was in here. It's not a huge area. It's a lot more simplified. A lot smaller. So yeah, we don't take out this low. This is the low that's really important. It's this low. I think I need any of this anymore. I'm gonna leave it in there. chain link. People really get happy when something is going down. I don't think so. But that, I like that. I like that. I think chain link is, yeah. I mean, yeah, I like that. Be nice if it does reclaim back inside of this range. That would be nice. That would mean that this right here was a deviation, and then I'd be looking for prices to come up here and take out this high. Break break the top side of the range is what I would be looking for. If this is just a deviation, if it manages to reclaim back inside of this, move away, then that would just be a deviation there. I know, I assume that it would come in lower in here, but at least I started the process of not being afraid to buy some. See what else might got some structure in here. Nice chain link. Well, no H bar doesn't. We broke down, and that was it. Mm-mm-mm. It's literally hit its lows down here for sure. It did. Like it's already tapped into it. So these are doing pretty good to be holding up in here. Maybe they don't want to send these back down there again. I don't know what they're going to get down there because it shouldn't be anything down there, right? Shouldn't be anything down there. It got room. And it's almost flat down here. Even the momentum. Um, oof. It popped out from here. That was hopium. That pattern, because I should have zoomed out. You know, sometimes we don't see it until we see it. I should have zoomed out. If I zoomed out, I wouldn't have been talking about it. Would have been seeing that instead. Would have seen that it wasn't breaking out, at least. If nothing else, would have seen that. Don't have a low. Didn't have a low. Probably had something. Nah. Yeah, probably had something here, but just really didn't have. Yeah. Hmm. I don't have any limit orders on this one. I just have some, and that's it. So no limit orders on this. Thank goodness. I like H bar though. I like H bar. They already flushed this. I don't know that they actually would want to come back down here and do this again. But I guess if they did exactly where we didn't quite tap into that weekly level low. But I mean that was good enough. Thank goodness. So 107, 159. That's that low down here. Barely holding on in here. Trying to hold this weekly right here. 16914. Barely holding on in there. So we dropped that. Then of course you see that 14791. And this is a great place for price to hold if it's going to just right here with this is that all this coiling in here. That would be great for a move back up. I don't want to draw another line in here on you, but it is coiling in here and holding, so that's good. And you just have to take away this right here. This is not an invalidation of the coiling, it's just a wick. So this is still a good range to pay attention to. Still, I would still say that this is corrective. Hold on, make it so this isn't blocked. Look at this the right way. I think this whole thing right here is from the month. I think. No, it starts right here. I just want to make sure that I got it right where it started at when I'm looking at it. Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure I was in the right coiling range. So it's in here. Yeah, we have to hold in here. Because if we're not holding in here, then we're, I mean, they took that liquidity there from these double bottoms right here already. We don't want to be closing below here and breaking the market structure. So we need to hold in here. Come for that low. We need to. 14,289. Yeah, we need to hold here. Otherwise, we're breaking the market structure. Kind of close about there. Bitcoin's still sitting in the same place. Can y'all believe it? It's already broke this momentum. But I think we saw that earlier in the process. It would have been something like that. Reclaimed, got that move up, and that was over the weekend or something. Yeah, that happened over the weekend. So it just confirmed the breakdown again. There's no pivot in here on it. This looks like it want to send it down. Yeah, it looks like we might actually break market structure here. Looks like we might. On H bar. Liquidity will end up coming in for this one though, so I'm still in love with it. Ain't no sense in me looking at this other stuff because we're not gonna make any money anywhere in here on this stuff. What is this? Stellar. Stellar. I already did a map out on Tron and posted on this, so I know I think I said down in here for Tron. Yeah, I think that's what I said. I think I said Tron would likely come back down into here. But I did post on it, so you can find that post for the details because I did map this out. Virtuals. Okay. I don't really think that there's a position to be had on virtuals. If you were going to take virtuals, I mean, this is the absolute accumulation level in here. So once it popped into here, because it only has three, this one, uh, right there. So it only has three. Those are the three places you'd be looking for price to go to. Free swing trade on this. That's it. This is just something that I caught in hindsight, which is what where the VWAP is at. So um, it holds in here. I'll just be looking for it to get up here to 232. 232. If it can flip 232, then I'll be looking for it to get here. Maybe at some point it'll be ready to take out its highs. But right now, that's the whole where it is. And that's your place to get in at right here. It's been stuck in between bandwidth 1 and VWAP for a long time. Bitcoin's still sitting in the same spot. I think we're just waiting on market to open. I haven't updated anything on theta. Injective 406. see it break below 406, daily candle start closing back in here, that would be a good entry for injective if you're into INJ. Otherwise, it's dead. This is the accumulation low down here. 54 is the last tag I have for it. Just wait for a momentum break. Yeah, just wait for the momentum to break on this one. Which one was that I was just looking at? This one, good lowest point. Okay, yeah. RSI sniffing around this trend line down here. This was the lowest point, so this could end up being like a good buy, at least off of this daily time frame down here. Or objective. So maybe, like I said, maybe 406. Center here is about 550. Say 550. Maybe they want to. Maybe they do. That could be spot on with the RSI. I would look at the RSI and I would look at that level at least to see that could be it. 539, 406. That looks like that would be about the lowest that this would do. Not that it can't start to rise and put in bear dips or anything like that. It can. Won't know until it happens. This is trying. Yeah. Yeah, so that was correct. Coming down into here is what I was saying. Somewhere down in here. This range between 26 and 24. Hasn't broken the momentum just yet. Hasn't done any of that. And I just looking at where it might grab onto some liquidity and stuff like that. So it's still just kind of even deviating away. So it could have like another trend through here that it could break. I'm gonna leave it as is. Trying. This would be like, don't want to see it getting overdoing any of this. I'm really not looking at this one, which is why I put it in red. But in here, see how price action looks once it comes into this zone right here, which I do believe it will make its way down into here. I have this in here in two places. Or was I looking at something else before? And just called it trying. I might have been looking at something else and called it trying. Bitcoin's still in the same spot. No change with that. OP. Wow. Wow. Apparently I don't have any. Wow. No, this can't be the end, right? Is this the end? Wow. Just gonna walk right past that. H bar, we already looked at H bar. Here, came all the way back down here to this low. No comments. Under 56 cents. Apparently I don't have any levels in here for Undo. Below this point, they're pretty sure that there is something in here. I just may have not assumed that it would go lower than that. Maybe what it is. I probably assumed that this would be it for it. I guess I have to keep assuming that this is going to be a low for it. If I had to look any lower in here, I guess I would be somewhere in here. I don't really have the figure to give it to you because I have to pull the data to be able to give you the actual number if it falls any lower. Make sure I didn't have anything in here and I just turned it off. No, that was it. So everything that's in here for, that's all I had for the average price action on it. And that's the last one. Costco. Oh, I'm about to get some hot coffee. Oh, we just gonna stick with privacy coin. But no, it's some stuff so far that looks like it could be. Ew, nothing does. Let me stop lying. Nothing does. So the Bitcoin is going down. The rest of this stuff, it's not going to stand a chance to get against it. The only thing that's proven up so far, and even it's not looking too great, is Ethereum and Solana. And then you have BNB. What's outperforming it right now with those privacy coins. So those will stay the main focus at least until the market wakes back up, whenever that is. Whenever that is. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hello, can we check out BTC? Sorry, just joined and already requested. No, that's fine. That's fine. I wish the Coin King had told me that you had asked that question because I would have been on the Bitcoin chart a long time ago, and I'm just not seeing your message because I don't mind. With the Bitcoin, I did cover it fully. I can go back over it again, you know. And I also posted up on this, so if you don't follow me on CoinMarketCap or on X at Down to Crypto TA, I did do a thorough post on this, good analysis of what we're looking at in here. I covered the fact that there are a lot of orders building um, around that 80, around 90, 5,000. Like that's going to be your largest pool of orders right now. It's going to be around 95,000. So they are looking to hedge if they can't control things. You know, like I said, they needed to get the price down to 100,000 for to not have to pay out as much on those calls and puts. So on the put side, it was a lot of money they were going to end up market makers going to end up having to pay out on that put side. So they needed to get the price down to $100,000 before the 7th. So now they're doing what just pinning the price right now. Max Payne is actually around 108,000, but they're pinning the price right now above that. Oh, my tummy's starting to bother me. Above that 100,000 right now. Nice liquidity sitting around 105 if they can get the price up there, which is kind of stalling out right now, waiting on market to open. They may send it back down there, but the payout will be different. And so then we'll have to deal with that 95,000. That 95,000. Right, for those, the hedge positions that they have down there around 95,000. But so far, we are trying to hold above our monthly level in here, which is here, along with the 10 EMA, which we don't want to see price closing below the 10 EMA. Price starts closing below the 10 EMA, then we might as well say we'd be trying to make our way down here, potentially down in here. We do have some levels in here that we'll be watching along the way, but that's a little bit far out right now. And look, y'all, we got our little rejection in here. Instead of a breakout, we got a rejection. I'm gonna stretch it out. I don't think you really need any analysis on a lower time frame. We don't have a bull there. So I talked about the idea of a bullish divergence in here on the 4 hour time frame, which it doesn't have to. We can hold here and then start to break this point right here. But in the event that that doesn't happen, we'll be looking at potential bullish divergence in here, which means price would come back and close below that 100,542, which is probably a revisit of that 50% retracement level. But price would need to close below here in order to validate any sort of bullish divergence here for the 4 hour time frame. We hit resistance in here off the 4 hour time frame, so we would end up coming back down, put in a bull dip, maybe even take out the liquidity here around that 98, which would set us up for potentially, not saying that it's going to go there. I don't think that they really want that, but 95. But definitely the bullish divergence doesn't come until we're below this price right here. So we close below here on 4 hour candle, maybe even sweep the liquidity from the lows in here. They need some fuel. They need some fuel. To get to where it's easier for them to position themselves, it's going to be at 108,000 to 110,000. It's it's pretty neutral there at that point. So they could be, it's hedge neutral around 108 to 110, but they apparently, it looks like we're struggling to even get up to the 105 liquidity at the moment. So maybe sweeping this liquidity in here because it has a nice volume. Recall the volume looking pretty good. Yeah, so it has some nice volume in here, so some pretty good participation took place in here, so they might want to come in here and sweep that, close below here, open up another candle, sweep. So bull dip and a sweep, that would be beautiful. That would absolutely be beautiful. I'm gonna take this away because we already broke that momentum right there. Be scary at the same time, but you can see like we ain't got it anymore, and we're stalling out. It was a lot of profit taken in here. I could see that. I could see shorts closing out, and I can also see long positions were closing out in here as well, giving us that little bit of a move down. But if that doesn't happen, then maybe we build out some sort of a little flag in here. If that doesn't happen, what I'm looking at in terms of closing below here and potentially taking the liquidity in here and then running it back up, and then that way, double bottom, actual double bottom, not the tweezer bottom, but an actual double bottom in here after the 4 hour, and then send it up, grab that liquidity that sits down here around here, probably even taking that out, and then 110 and 108, 110, that would be target. So 108 is somewhere around back testing this lower trend line again, and then 110, like I said, hedge neutral in here, hedge neutral. Like that, it doesn't look like that much participation, right? There was some pretty good participation in here. Off of it. Like I said, my only hiccup is we would have to violate this broadening, the lower zone of this broadening formation to even get to what I'm talking about. To even get to that 95,000 for starters, it would have to violate this to do that. But to do the other stuff that I'm talking about, that's simple. It's simple for them to do that, to get that closure below here and to possibly take the liquidity and tap into here and then run it back up. and is successful, I'm looking at 130. 140 has a lot of positions building around 140, but I'm just going to stick with the number that I've been sticking with, which is 130. But there's a ton of positions building up on the upside around 140, which would be a place of interest for price to go to. Just depends on what's going to happen first. If they're going to play it out, like I said, again, which is closure below here, closure below there, possibly take out the liquidity right here, and then bounce away 105, 108, 110. Those are the targets to the upside. And if we can get past that zone at this point, because we've been struggling, um, then I would say 130 is on the table, and then possibly even hitting what they're looking at 140, which they need to be there by. Let's see when they need to be there by. Let me see. I mean, they got plenty of time to do that. They have to be there by the end of the year. They have to be at that 140 by around Christmas. So it's not until like December. Um, yeah, December 26th. The same way they did with that 100,000. They got until around about December 26th to get there. They're gonna be paying a lot of money. And let's see, what's the other one I was looking at? I'm looking at as far as that. Let me see where they're hedge neutral at around that 110. Hold on, let me see if I can put that in my radar. That might be. Dang it. I can't even tell you right now. Hold on, let me see. It might be next week. That's probably next week. They got to get it there before. I think before Friday of next week. But it looks like either way it goes. They'll probably end up pinning us somewhere between 107 and 108. I say 108. Since, like I said, they're hedge neutral in there. So 140 is going to happen. At least 130 is going to happen. It's just Either it happens or they cut the check. Um, yeah, we'll likely do that setup that I mentioned. That either one of the two, one of those two, and then run it up. So be prepared to. You hadn't already take some profit. And I put in here, 95 potential entry, 95. But since they have to get it there, of course, they'll overshoot it the same way they did with 100,000. They did the overshoot on 100,000. Not saying that happens first. I'm just saying be aware of the number. Should go in pocket too. 200 EMA. No, it's not. Look at 200 EMA. Should go in pocket. Should go in pocket. Still keeps you tight around this EMA here. Still keeps it tight around here. Which they did come in a little bit more. Like I said, the last time they came in a little bit more this time on here. Because the first time they tapped that 50% clean sweep or move away. This time they came in between that 50 and that golden pocket here. So just in the center of it there, this time they may like overshoot it a lot more than they did in here. So far it's been good. And that's about as high as we were able to get to right there around that 104. We definitely pinned right now. See that? Right there. A little node right there. This is just tapping on the top side of that monthly range. The white line. Try to reclaim again in here. Hopefully, it can. A little failed swing that time. So hopefully. Stop would have to be way off on this. But if it works, then of course you could always move it. All those, yeah, I'm not in a Bitcoin position right now. That's a lot higher than that node. I know it was, but I'm gonna leave it like that. That doesn't matter. It has the liquidity sitting right there anyway. No sort of bull dip right there. Yeah, no sort of bull dip right here. It's on par with price action. Let me check back in on where the money is actually at. Which is in the Zcash. This is wild. On the 4 hour, it's a wick. Oh, no, it's not. On the 4 hour, it's not a wick. It's still in the trap though. A 15 minute look like it's gonna pull it down a bit more. So if it comes down, then probably I gotta move this trend line though. I know that much. I can't use this anymore. We got to break. Can't use it anymore. Gotta move it. Hmm. I'm still in more profit than I would have been in if I'd have closed out half right here. So just hold it. Like I said, it's still in the trap on the 15 minute. It's just ooh, maybe I need to refresh this screen. Oh my gosh. Not the trading view screen, but Blowfin gets on my nerve because it doesn't refresh and I can't tell. It didn't even refresh. Like I would have been able to see this on the trading screen, but I couldn't see it. I'm like, we're still in the trap. No, we're not. We're not in the trap anymore. We're out of the trap. We're out of the trap. It doesn't always refresh. Blowfin trading platform. It doesn't. And it's another thing I noticed with Blowfin platform too. Is like wherever your 200 EMA is sitting at, like it will move on you. That's the only one I noticed will move on you. At 200. When I looked at this, I said maybe do it like that. Which yeah, that was on par for that turn up right there. I'm still gonna color code it. I'm gonna color it. It really won't make a difference, like I said, until it literally looks like that. It has to look like that for starters. It has to look like that first. And then we look for that. We'll just drop a line. See it turn up. Still looks like it might be corrective. I just don't want it to do what it did over here. Turn back up. Like Zen. Zen. See, this just starting all over again. All over again with it. Look at that. Okay, Bitcoin 102. I ain't gonna even go off of that. Bluffing had me messed up. Still holding the monthly pivot high from the line bias. I'm still holding that. Ethereum all the way back at that volume node, that high volume node, the original trend line for the liquidity take. It's all the way back at that, just slightly below it, very slightly below it. Solana slightly above the golden pocket, hanging in there. Hanging in there. I'm bluffing, looking for if it's correct. Let me refresh the screen just in case it's not. Looking for a dash to get back above 125.54, so just say 126. I want to see it back above 126. See how long this will chop. I just don't get it. I don't get how. I mean, you already know. A good pullback right now would be this. You don't want to see it off of this candle, right? Off the next candle would be somewhere down here around 511. On the daily, you never gotta worry about it. On the daily, you can see how long it's been in here. It's been in the trap every day, every day, every day, every day, every day. just coming back and wicking on it. That's it. I mean, that was hella stellar right here. Then your one midpoint test, two midpoint test, and back in. This doesn't look like it's, yeah, like this is it. Like if you're looking at anything, it's this line right here on your low. Bigger blue. This is rising momentum through here. So um, this can continue to shift in here. But I guess you really don't have a top, even though I tried to find one. I can leave this here and it can chop back and forth on it. And maybe this becomes a thing. But right now, that's what it is. This is ridiculous. On the weekly, like you're not even coming in on the weekly, like you're just staying outside. Every closure has been outside standing. This is why this isn't making sense to me. That there is this much interest in this thing. I think that's what it is. Like, how can it be so interesting when it was so dead? It was so dead before that. Like, it's just straight to the floor. But this was so dead before. And now it's just the hottest thing. You're not even coming into it. This would be getting lucky right here. 274. That would be getting lucky. And then you look at it on the monthly. Look at that. Dead. Like just dead. Right? Just one big candle. Well, two big candles now. So I guess this would be your hopium here. 346. That's wild. Pretty clean off of the 2-day. Really clean off of the 2-day. since September 25th. It has stayed in between there since September 25th. It's either in it or outside of it. Like, this is a monster. I'm sorry, September 6th. Since September 6th. And today's November 6th. Or whenever that today. Yeah, that today candle started. Like the 2 day. Be lucky if Dash can do something like that, right? It just rejected off of that number I hollered out, that 126. It rejected off 120. Rejected off of that 126. Rejected. That's cool. I should have looked at this one. Coin King told me. Just keep saying that. That's round. That's cool though. Let's see. Yeah, rejected at that 120, 126 I mentioned, because that was right here. I want to see it get back in here. It's starting to turn into an onion. Gotta decide if I want to close it out. I can always reconsider it. I mean, it looked like it just got started in here. I could always reconsider it once it recovers on the 15-minute time frame, versus trying to hold it back down into here. Just wait on that. And look to go back into it then. Bitcoin still holding with the bounce away from the monthly pivot. And what we looked at here with the momentum, pushed it back in a little bit. Still, they're probably holding it again. Like I said, probably still holding it until market opens. It's going to be like in 15 minutes away, something like that. Love you. And then we'll see what they're going to do as they're pinning price in here, what they're going to do. If they're going to have to come back down here, if they're going to manage to get into this 105. We're moving too slow for me to assume that we just blast straight up there right away. But I don't know, maybe market open changes that. Yeah, maybe market open changes that. Speaking of markets, I'm looking to get in on Meta. I mean, not on Meta, but Nvidia. Looking to get in on Nvidia. I have it set for after hours, pre-market, whatever you want to call it. That's why it looks like this. If it wasn't on this setting right here, you would see that that was resistance from this trend line right here. So I have it on extended hours. I put it back on regular, and you can see that we hit resistance right there, and that was just coming off of this trend line right here. There was 1-2 touches right here. This was the third touch. It broke down right there when Meta price came back up. After breaking that momentum, it tapped into the top side of it. So that's what that is there. Um, Identified from regular trading hours. And so I have these points outlined in here. They've been holding price in here pretty good. I think like 195 was a point of interest in here for the market. So 195, as you can see, it's about pretty much all they've done. It's that much. So 195 and 200. They've been pinning price in here. I'm looking to see if I can't get into it down in here, and I might want to slip down in here to 180. I might want to do that, but I'm hoping that you know it can hold this trend line. So I would be looking to get into it above this trend line right here. Um, and this right here, nice resistance zone right here. This was a weekly level for me. Do I have my levels in here? I think so. Yeah, it's a weekly level also identified as an average place of price action. So an average move, kind of like you would do with me. Yeah, just an average move. And participation is what that is. But yeah, that slapped really good with that, with those highs. Nice volume node across here as well. If you're into volume nodes, I'm not really into. I'm using it now. It's not. I'm not crazy about it. It wouldn't be a part of my everyday analysis, but it works. It does work. Um, so I'm looking for that. If we can get it down there. Like I said, they've been doing pretty good with holding between this 195 and this 2 for now. This little thing in here put price action a little bit closer down here along this point right here. So that was a second entry option here for Nvidia. It's going to be around this 50% retracement in this little top right here. Been watching this for 2 days now. Let's see. I think I started before then. Yeah, I think I started before then. It was earlier in the week. I know that much. It was earlier in the week. Trying to see if it was going to do it. But like I said, if this was to be, it puts it around this top right here. We have the 50% retracement at right there. Also, settings in here for this right here. So this one right here. But that just seems like a great place right in here. These are off, I think. I got this off. Yeah, I got these off right now because I was looking at some stuff in my higher time frame. Um, so these two right here are off. Otherwise, you would see the moving average running up this trend line right here because it does. The moving average actually runs up this trend line instead. So it's between here and here. My 2 points of interest. I know there's interest around this point right here. It's 180. But 180 also means breaking below this trend line. And I really like that. Let's see how the market does when we do open. It's probably like the largest candle so far. It's 3.61%. On Nvidia. You see what I'm interested in. This is doing pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to get this one. I do know this right here will probably be like 2 months out. 2 months, something like that. This one would come into play. The first one's already hit. And so I'm still holding my Amazon position at the moment. I'll just be looking to add to it. I put in a limit buy order for Robinhood. Of course, it's just sitting in there. I think it's exhausted. I do. Like I said, I posted on it last night, and I did state that they could, today come in and continue to test the boundaries to the upside here for Robinhood. They could do that because they did just have a nice earnings after hours, nice earnings numbers. Call was pretty good as well, but there is some exhaustion in here with the bear divs across here, bear divs so far across here. But this, can't really call it a validation on this one just yet, but definitely validated the bear div that was across here. So there is some exhaustion in the market for it. So you can see that right here. And that was your first. Let me see on the weekly. Yeah, we do it like this right here. So this was your first one right through here, and they even tested the waters again here. This is one of the initial entries that I looked for that actually hit perfectly, but I wasn't paying attention at the time, so I didn't get a chance to get in it and catch the next cycle, next leg up, which is why I'm saying they could come in and want to continue to try to test the boundaries on Hood, but it has some exhaustion in this chart. It has exhaustion in this chart, and so right now I'm just looking for about 125, 120 right now. That's what I'm looking at right now. So far, I'm not even getting it below this 133.99, which I want to see below there. And then this will get me around about that 125, maybe. I might have to push that up a little bit, but there is definitely exhaustion in this chart. And I don't think a second bull div is going to be in the cards. Yeah, because if it gets down here to that 125 or anything that I'm looking for right in here, yeah, that second bull deal will not be in the cards for it. You can see that. Now, if you're looking all the way over here, sure, sure. But from where I'm sitting right now, uh-uh. It's losing steam. I'm gonna be watching for that breakdown whenever it comes to me. Whenever it comes. But right now, even this one took a while. I remember. Yeah, even that one took a while. I'm gonna be watching for it though, because there is some exhaustion. And see what they do, how much they want to try to push it here. So watch that 155. If it's getting above that 155, maybe, it's just, me smoking on a pipe. I don't think that 125, 120 is outlandish. I think that that's possible, even though they're saying that probably wouldn't happen for another until like the end of the year or something like that. I say it happened before then. That's what I say. Don't have to be this week, but so I'm watching on good anyway. Then you got Netflix over here. When I took the Netflix long, I got out right here at this low in here. I actually, you know what I did? I trailed. I had the stop loss set for here. Then I decided to just trail my position instead. So I trailed it on a higher time frame based on, it breaking below one of the candles. And so I got stopped out just slightly below my what was originally set for me to just exit the full thing. And then I posted on it and said that I wasn't in it anymore, that I'm out. But it still looked pretty delicious to me. And I think it still does. I mean, they've been holding it, defending this 1075 so far. They have been defending this around this 50% retracement in here. Nice channel. And if they want to, they can just stay in this range. It needs to get above here, though. It gets above here. It's around about a point where I think is fantastic for it, but it needs to get back above here. So that's 11. Let's just say 1105. Let's just give it a clean little number. You can see what that reads, but it needs to get above there because that's where the resistance is sitting at. Even if I turn this on, you'll see that that's marked out with resistance, the same resistance at this low right here. We have this at right here. So I'm liking it. I'm really liking it. From where it was originally holding up above it and got the bounce up for me to now just kind of clipping it and not being able to get above the resistance, or you can look at that either way it goes. Both in agreement that that's some sort of resistance until price can get back up above it, start back holding this part right here, then I'll be looking for it to get back up there, get past this and get back in here. think, yeah, you got nothing down through here. Not really, but yeah, it looks pretty good to me. To me, just looking at this looks pretty good. Let's get back in here, Nettie, and get up there. I'm not in Netflix anymore, but I'm watching that. Might decide whichever one comes to me first. So looks pretty good if you're in Netflix. Pre-market 1096. I'm not far from where it closed yesterday, and I'm looking at it from a daily time frame. So not bad. I don't think that there was anything else in here that I was looking at. I did check out gold as well yesterday. We were looking at this in here because I know like the 200 was running up through here, and then it broke below here, and then started hitting it. Now it's back inside, so we'll see if this was just a deviation and what it's going to do. We still don't have like that could be something. We'll see. We still haven't got. This is what I was looking for. We still haven't got that pivot in here just yet. So really no structure in here just yet. Is the only reason why I'm still holding hope on gold coming back up first is because there's no structure in here. It doesn't have to give structure. It doesn't have to. It can just fall over if it wants to, but it just makes sense to me that it would want to do something like that. I don't think that anybody's that bearish on it. Can't be. Slide this over. I need to slide it back over there, I will. But and I was using the Bollingers over here for this time frame. So it tilted to the side, but at least it started like giving you a floor until they curve over or whatever. I don't know how often it actually comes back into. Doesn't seem to really come back into that too much. And if it does, yeesh. I just think that happens first, and then it comes down into here. If if it's ready for a larger correction. So it's like I said in here, I know it was yeah, so that's just kind of rolling out whatever time frame you're on. So volatility more than likely is squeezing right here. Just flat. I don't think there was anything else I wanted to look at in here yet, so that was it. But Meta, they've been focused holding price through here. It did find a place in here that it's trying to respect at the moment, which is in here at this low right here. But Below 130 is still on the radar to getting down here to around 600, possibly 588, 580 something range is what. What am I saying? 586. I'm sorry, 66666. 66666. Hold on, am I tripping? Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, around 588, something like that. 588, 586, something like that. I'm tripping. 586. Yeah, definitely tripping. 586. This what I'm assuming. But it is pretty nice where they've been holding it at. It is pretty nice there. But come here, filling this little bit of gap in here, tap in here, trend line. 586, something like that. So still watching that. Defending is what I put in here. Had a nice reaction right there. Figured they were going to try to take it here first. Didn't make it. Not so far. I had this little pizza slice in here. These are still going to be areas of interest regardless of what happened. I'm going to look back at the defending and the reaction level. They're going to be important. This is just a midpoint between getting down here to this golden pocket to what I'm looking at in here. 580 something, 590, whatever. It's interesting here. It's interesting here. That's the measure move as well. That's the measure move. I turned off the measure. Well, not that. There it is. That's the measure move. Oh, I was playing around with stuff last night. That's why that was there. All right. See, Bitcoin. All right, so it broke through there and it's back testing now, looking to hold here and not come back in. Still got like 6 minutes on this, so this could possibly be where price doesn't go any lower than this and then it continues to try to push back up. Okay, so see how that goes. If it does what it did right here, then okay, we'll see. Still got time on this. Oh man. It's probably about halfway down this candle. It's a little bit more than halfway down this candle. Do it like that on the body. It's far off from it right now, so this could be holding, and you don't engulf this candle right here. This candle doesn't get engulfed. Hold support. Good scalp, but it was a good scalp, but I just need a little bit more for my money. here is probably just took it off of that candle, so it's not. Drop body. Probably still hitting something else in here. Let me see what that is. Okay, yeah, hitting at 200. This could hold. This could hold instead of engulfing. And then go ahead and get the little breakout in here. The entry would have been down here, so this isn't asking for anybody to take an entry here. The entry was here on the back test of the monthly pivot right here, this trend line right here. That was the entry. These highs, this. But like I'm saying, this could be holding. This looks pretty good right here. Breakout, back test, breakout. Try that whole thing again, trying to get above that around that 450 and get to that 105 for that liquidity. So that'd be option 2, huh? It looks pretty good. So option 2, based on this 4-hour, is that they just take out this right here and create a pivot up above here, so we don't have to wait on. So we don't have to focus too much on the bear div right here. That would be the other thing that they could do, break the momentum in here, which means this little pullback right here, and then get above there, and then into there. I don't like funky. I don't really like the funky, like that. And that's not really my taste. It's doable. It's definitely not my fashion. Some people can just trade this and not even look at price action, which is crazy. Really good. People do not just trade this. It does perform like price action for sure. But you be suffering through something like that though. You'd be looking for a rejection coming up into here. You'd be looking for that rejection. It looks like they're gonna match up on par. We looked at that one time. I think we look at it on the weekly. I think that might be where we're looking at it at on the weekly. Keep it here though, just in case it wasn't. Us looking at that rejection. I think we did look at this rejection point. But either way it goes, I know we looked at the rejection point from the macro trend line at the time when it happened. Yeah, because I turned all the other stuff off. I had to. Not that. Not that. I got so much stuff going on in here. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. I can tell you what trend line is what trend line is what trend line is what trend line. Yeah, I got trend lines everywhere. But that's what it takes, though. I'm not somebody to just look at a chart and just draw a line and say it's here, it's here, it's here. No, I study. I study. I have to assess every little thing I can. That's why I don't talk about everything. I need time to figure out what we're doing. All right, let me look back over here at Zcash. Yeah, definitely would be looking to get stopped out in here. Not, I'm sorry, not stopped out because what am I talking about? Not stopped out, but for that rejection on Zcash in here, just simply because, just simply because this is going sideways now. Unless it's about to have another explosive move to start this again, I'll be looking for it to stall out. Even if it, with the closure above here, maybe coming back into this two SD2 right here, maybe something like that. So we're gonna try again. Right now that number is gonna be 127. So I'm gonna tell you 127. We'll just push a little bit further and say 128. Want to be above. I'm looking at it from right here now. 128. I was looking at it from this 15-minute though. So I was looking at it from. It's about on par. It's never going to be a steady number. I'm looking at it from below fin chart also, which can be wrong because they don't refresh this stuff, man. They don't be refreshing. Yeah. So I'm already hitting it on below fin. Somehow on below fin, I'm already hitting it. I need to get above that. Look at the Zen. That one was looking better, right? It was looking better than the dash in that moment. I still don't think overall is as strong, but let me see what that we're looking like down here. It's a 4-hour chart though. Okay, how much time we got on this 4-hour? It's just open, right? No. Yeah. Okay. Dope though. Zen for the win. Zen for the win. I'm still gonna leave this line in here. This top one is what I'm talking about, even though price is all outside of it. Since screw your lines. I'll put it on the first one. No. 620. It won't be 620 if it hit. That'd be 620. 620. Real talk. Let me see you do it. I'm gonna leave it like that. I can always change this back. That was just from this point to this point. No, it's from. What's it from? Hold on. What was it from? This point. This. I can't remember. At this point. Let's go. Dash. See that weakness? I just need for it to do that bit though. It was all up here. I just need for it to do that little bit for me. I could go ahead and take half this money out of here though. I could do that, right? Stop tripping. Don't be greedy. It's not getting back in the trap. That's the thing. Right now on that 15 minute. That's the thing. It keeps getting rejected every time it gets up there to it. In this attempt, like I said, I can see the weakness in here already. And we just played that bull div on this drop right here, following this corrective move down. I think I will give it a sec here. Give it another try. I'm gonna go ahead and take out half on this position, and then reassess on a pullback, which I probably still it has all this room to move. That's the only thing for me. It has all this room to move. It's just where I wanted it to be at too. Turn my head for a sec on it. Turn my head for a second on it. And check back on Bitcoin. For the moment, still sitting in the same spot. Nothing new with Ethereum or Solana at the moment. So we'll go back there. Nothing too much on anything else. I haven't looked at Monero. I should look at Monero too, right? It's supposed to be a good match. Let me check out Monero. I think I haven't looked at that chart before. What's the ticker? I don't know what the ticker is. It's perpetual contracts. I guess I'll look at it on. I hate to look at it against USD. I'd rather look at it against USDT. Trust that how they did it. Alright, let's see. We're trying to push again. I'm gonna go ahead and close out half. Alright, so half out on Dash. And the rest of it is still in there. Stop loss to entry. Which Actually, stop loss just slightly above that entry by a little bit of change. That's it. Just hate to pay them for taking the L on something. I guess I have to go with this Kraken. I don't know. I don't think UConn hits the way it used to hit. Let me see it from a higher time frame first. Oh man, look at that beautiful U shape. U shape recovery. Fantastic. I'm just trying to see what's the best way to work with this thing before I do anything else. I just want to see what it responds to the best. I will work off of the line chart. If I do more with it, it'll be off the line chart. Let me just see what the momentum is looking like on it. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Twice it came back down here towards that 60. On this weekly. So I tell you what, this twice it did come down here. I'm not saying that that is a top. I just want to see. $786. He's sitting right there. At the moment, that's what that 786 is at. So that would be pretty legit. If for some reason it wasn't looking to take out this high. Let me just see that. Okay. 786. Might get interested in it if it dropped back in here, and I would not look at this as a I wouldn't look at that as bad if it did. Not that I'm saying it is going to do that. I'm just saying I wouldn't look at it as a bad thing if it did. I will consider this as a place of interest. Let me push out a little bit now. Let's see. I do respect that. Do. I'm not gonna do this chart on this one. Leave it like that. I'm gonna do it one more. I didn't want to. And that's just instead of me putting the moving averages in on here. Does it look like it's already topping? Okay, the 786 and all of that good stuff, but it does look a little risey. Hmm. It does look a little bit risey. Move this back, but right now, just trying to see. Mm, keep. If I needed to look back at this, but it's all time high. Yeah, I think this ship is already sailed. Yeah. I'm not big on cup and handies. It looks like it might have, but it'd be so wrong. Oh no, that's so wrong. That might be wrong. I would get interested again. Yeah, somewhere between there and here. I might would want to give a stab at it. Let's see how it does this first. Want to see it actually push outside of here. No, I'm not interested. It can keep trying to push if it wants to. It does. It is putting in some bull deals underneath, so they are squeezing it at the moment. Um, they are squeezing it at the moment. It does look a little bit toppy. I'm gonna leave that alone. Looks a little bit toppy. maybe a little small bounce or something like that on it. I'm not a big fan of this Monero one. Cannot say that I like it. I'm gonna add it to my watch list. I can't say I like this one. No, perhaps the coins come back to it. Okay, from Monero. I'm not really feeling Monero. And the fact that I say I'm not feeling it's probably going to be wide pumps. I don't know. So far, momentum is holding. So I guess until that breaks and I don't have anything negative to say about it, it is still holding. Can push this up. I'd rather not cut through here. It's very minor. Slice through, very minor. Momentum is pushing up in a way. So until it breaks that, then maybe it can hold through here. But this just kind of looks a little bit, I don't know, it looks a little bit toppy to me. Let's see. I don't like all those wicks. I don't like any of that at all. Do not like the wicks. All right, Bitcoin is getting ready to give us something. Once you break momentum, especially, something like this right here, we already saw that it had like a little bear div the first time. And it's failing to find that strength in here. It's likely to break this again. It just increases the likelihood of it. It's happening real quick for it though. But it don't have the same sting. That was the one I caught that one little move on it. Should have caught it down. Caught that one little move on it though. At least until it finds momentum again. This is not coming back up like this. It's not doing this again. It's not even getting into relative. I mean, it's not even getting up there. And if it breaks below here, then it's definitely in neutrality. I guess I took some money just in time, right? I'll reconsider it later. I'm not getting this money back. Close it all out. I made some cheddar. Close it all out. I'll reconsider it on the 15-minute time frame once it manages to come back in. Something. Once it manages to do that, I'll reconsider it. Right now, I know that it kept getting rejected. So it's starting to squeeze a little bit, but it kept getting rejected. So we'll see. It's at the 20 SMA right now. Let's see what kind of squeeze. If it gets back in here and starts doing that, then I consider re-entering. But right now, I closed it fully out. I closed the whole thing out. Took my little win. Hold on now. That ain't looking right. I feel like they stiffed me on some of this little profit. That's what I feel like. Well, they charged me twice. I think that's what it is. They charged me twice. They charge you. I'm trying to get out of the position. They stiffed me a little bit. Yeah, I knew that second time what got there. I should have just done that second, but I did take half out the first time, then I just closed out the whole thing. This was the second time I closed it out. Now that's the first time. That's the first time I closed it out, and then the second time was apparently this one. Oh, was this twice? No. That's the first time. And that was the second and the final where I just completely closed it out. I should have just did it sooner. I didn't jump into it until I saw it over here off of this time frame. 4 hours. Like, whoa, what? 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 Let's see what they want to do on this 4 hours. They're gonna hold this trend line right here, but if I need to be looking down here somewhere. I'm willing to give it another shot. As long as it holds this here. It's that low on the 181. Maybe come back test that 130, 113.92. Maybe just do that. This squeeze. We'll see. Get you out of here. It would have to hold here too, because that's where, if it drops through here, that would be this low unless, it's rolling over. So it needs to be that. It needs to be that. Let's see what they setting up for. Not to touch it again though until it goes back in there. Do something like that. Anyway, market's getting ready to open. There's nothing new to look at with Bitcoin. Just what we're watching for. We'll see what's happening right here as market does open. I'm not gonna jet until this market opens and start to see what we're getting. If we're losing our monthly pivot, we'll see. We'll see. We're not there yet. Let's just give it a minute. I mean, today is the day, to be honest with you, because it's Thursday. If we're low on liquidity already, a lot of money starts to leave the market on Thursdays. Don't forget to track your USDT dominance. Let me check Bitcoin dominance. See. Okay. Bitcoin dominance is. It's all right. It's really where and the last time we looked at it, talked about, I didn't move this right here. This is still the same. I haven't even checked to see if anything shifted. Even if it did, right now, that's the 20 SMA, somewhere in here for the monthly time frame. That blue line for the monthly. That would be, that's what this is. Something like that. Look at that. It was perfect getting out. It was perfect getting out. And then it showed that we needed it. What? Is that not showing up? Did I block it? Apparently I blocked it. Mm-mm. And that was not intentional because I don't ever do that. This was where we initially broke through. We initially broke through, and I look for the reclaim back into it. That's what that is. That's why it appears that I drew it where we were cutting through here, but I said I wanted to leave it like this for a minute just to see. But ultimately, it will be holding this 113 right here. And then if that 113 isn't holding, because that could set the Bollinger up to expand to the downside. So just so you know that. I usually wouldn't do that. Put us back on biddy. So, no strong reaction here. That's fine. No strong reaction there. Excuse me just a minute. Okay. So it's moving rather slow right now, which is not a bad thing. Pretty good thing. Don't get caught up on your 15-minute, 3 minute, any of that crap right there. Because if you're taking a position, you should be zoomed out to your high time frame, to your weekly time frame if you were looking to enter on it. Now your lower time frames for your shorts, sure, because that's the direction of the market at the moment. But longs, if you were looking to long this thing, you most certainly don't want to be trying to look at 15-minute time frame for an entry. I mean, you can confirm it off of the 15-minute time frame or 5 minute or 3 minute, but you definitely want to make sure you have clear levels from your higher time frame, which have already been done. So anybody who's going to get in this thing should have already been in it, $2,000 ago, $3,000 ago. You know, should not be trying to jump long in here now. Period. Unless you're a scalper, then that's different. If we can maintain here on our monthly pivot, that would be great. If we're losing our monthly pivot, then we're gonna be watching this 4-hour time frame to see if we'll do the dirty. Not even the dirty, it's necessary. Unless they, like I said, either have to push it up, squeeze it up, because it's not V-shaping right here for sure. Either have to continue trying to squeeze it up into here, or is this increasing? Okay, never mind. I was doing something else. Yeah, either have to do that or have to come down here and create that bullet data, whichever one they want to do. You're looking to get short, you probably would have wanted to do it up in here, maybe even at the top of this candle. It's even worth a consideration below the monthly as well. Need to get a handle on this thing. Let me just check something in here. Bitcoin. Let's see. Okay, I can see we're breaking down below it. A little bit in here. Okay. It's actually below it at 102.49. They're holding it for now. They're holding it. Because if they don't hold it, again, if they don't hold it, ooh, they can run it back. They can run it back and run it lower. They could flush. So 97.50, 500 is still going to be a level of interest. And then at 95, I mean, it's going to be just like that. If they can't manage, they can't manage. Ethereum still defending. I mean, as long as it defends in here, because if you were looking to get into Ethereum and you were not already in it, and like I said, you got your well, it's no longer liquidity again, but you do definitely have volume here now. So let me just modify that. You got volume over price. You got volume over price. And if you don't know what volume over price is, it's just a point in time where you had a lot of activity at. So it would be this right here. This would be volume over price, which is different from the volume that you have down here. This is show you new interest would be your volume bars down here, your histogram bars at the bottom. That volume, that would be new interest. This is old activity. So that's just something that happened in the past right here. It doesn't account for what's happening right now. Okay. But it seems that people were interested in the market at this point in time back here. This price, they were interested in this price point here at some point in time. And then your new volume will show you what the interest is like now. So that's volume over price. Which is not this volume. It's to show you what participation is like in current time. So volume over time. And you can look at them both together, which is a good idea. You know, how much participation is coming in around the same interest area in here. So that pretty much looks the same. Solana, same thing. You have your volume down here, and then you have your volume through here. So you have your volume over price in here, where interest occurred, and then you have your volume over time in here, which activity is not as high in here at the moment. So not as much participation. This is a weekly too, so you might not always see it reflected. It's still decent volume. I think it's still decent volume. I don't have. No, it's not. It's not. It's below average. Below average. So at best, they might be trying to squeeze price. At best, they might be trying to squeeze price because participation is not the same right here. It's not the same. That's all right. It's not the same. Oh no, I don't like that. Oh no. Oh no, I don't like that. I mean, we did, yeah, 200 right there. Yeah. Um, no. Don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like it. Boy, if Zcash give me an entry, I'm gonna be in that thing. See how Zen got knocked down pretty hard. It doesn't. I mean, it was performing a little bit better there for a second, but it doesn't have the same. You can tell from the wicks. It doesn't have the same backing. Let's just say Dash. And Dash doesn't have the same backing as Zcash. I don't like this. I know that they're trying to defend this level, but I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, I need to do this real quick here. Oh, I still got time to do it. Do I want to do it? Probably not. Probably need to wait on that. Let's see. Now check this out. Got my buy order. I just need for you to commit to this outright lie. And I love you, hood. I love you. I love the hood. I love the hood. But I need for you to go on and do that thing. Cause you know you ain't right. Momentum's not there. But I'm trying to see if the day they want to play, test it. Test the waters. They don't want to test the waters. They want to fill my order. That's what they want to do. Fill my limit order. Fill my limit order. Fill my limit order. They still pinning this one though. Still pinning this one. It's not worth it in here for me. I mean, if you drop down, maybe here, it might be more worth it to you. To be like, yeah, I'll jump in here and I'll do, I'll do this a little bit. Now where's my 200 at? Yeah, I want to go past that. It might be worth it to you then. Yeah, I get at least that. I ain't gonna probably take that low out. Let's see if I take that low out. This was a pretty brutal candle right here. That was 1.76%. Be betting on the 1-to-1. Yeah, you probably be betting on the 1-to-1. Better to look for it down in here. Somewhere down in here. Maybe fill this little gap. Somewhere around 50 and then somewhere around here. Down in here. That's why I got to get off these low time frames. That's why I'm trying not to play around with them low time frames. Just stick to the thesis on the higher time frame, because these low time frames get you jacked up. Stick to it. See how it reacts. See what it does, because I'm sure waiting on it. Sure enough, waiting on it. See, we got the little rejection in here instead. But this is more something that I'm holding on to right there. They're going to feel that order. Ooh, baby. They're going to feel that order. They're not going to find that strength. Thinking it's going to take a little bit more time, but I mean, the day is still young. It's a weekly chart I'm looking at. The day is still young. I like the fact that we are breaching a little bit in here. All right, Biddy. They're doing it to us. I'm not in yet. I will tell you, I do have a limit order set. I decided that I didn't want to get into Bitcoin right now. You know, if it moved on without me, then I was just going to miss out. That's what I told myself. If it goes on, I'm happy for everybody. I'm out, and I still can't guarantee that it's going to get down there to any of those numbers that I mentioned. I did put in a limit order down there around 90, around 95. But I honestly don't even know that I want to be in Bitcoin personally. I don't know that I do, but I did set a limit order for that just in case market makers lose control. Like I said, I didn't like that. We'd had already did a full flip. We'd already did a full flip. And I definitely don't like when I see that. It's the ice cream scooper in the ice cream right here. Or putting it on the cone. I definitely don't like that. It's never ideal. Yeah, this is the one where you go in the ice cream. This is the one where you already at the ice cream. Anyway, that sounds ridiculous as crap. That sounds ridiculous as crap. Bearish people. Bearish. You can watch for it to stay in the trap. You can watch for it to do that. Like it did over here. You can watch for it to do that. You don't know how to do that? I'm gonna show you how to do that. Show you how to do that. You just put 2 on here. You go up here. If you like Bollingers. You might not like Bollingers. You just put on your Bollinger Band. That's Bollinger Band 1. That's Bollinger Band 2. Take one of these. You don't need the basis on both of them. Change your input on one of them. Just like that. There you go. Change 1 to 1 and leave the other one at 2. You don't need both of your bases in here because it'll show up over here unless you turn it off. And you just look for price to stay in the trap. To here. Yeah. It's bad. It's bad. I don't like that. right. So before I get out of here, I'm just going to tell you this all over again. Right here, the thing that they could be doing because we don't have the bullish divergence just yet. Like the 4 hour isn't absolutely garbage. It's not. It's not absolute garbage. It isn't. We did manage to push back into the, above right here. We did manage to push back in here for a little bit, so that's not bad. Could put in like a inverse head and shoulders right here on the 4 hour time frame. So we want that bullish divergence, right? So you're gonna look out for that. You're gonna look out for that bullish divvy. You can sit on your hands until momentum starts to break. You can also do that too. But yeah, this could end up being that little inverse head and shoulder. I just don't like it from the actual price action. I don't like it the way it looks from the actual price action. I don't like it. But we had the bear div right here on the 4 hour time frame because we accelerated to the downside fast. And anytime you move fast and you move slow coming back up, if you move fast going down and slow back up, you're gonna put in the bear div. So you have to move just as fast coming back up. So the little bullish divergence in here won't hurt price action. Get the bullish divergence by getting a closure below here because bull dips are based on line bias, right? They're not based on the candle wicks. They're based on this right here. So a closure below here, closure below there with the RSI remaining high above here is what you want to see. And so then something like this right here could be the case like this. So you're gonna keep a higher you're gonna keep a higher low on your RSI while getting a lower low when the candle closes. This will be like that. This is what this is gonna look like. It would have closed down below this line. Okay, and maybe they even want to sweep the liquidity right here. And that's fine. If they want to sweep that liquidity, that's fine. They can have that liquidity and then come back up. But that's going to be the difference. That's what's gonna make the difference right there. This right here. Higher low on your RSI, lower low and price action, meaning it just needs to get a closure below here. Maybe they decide they want to take that liquidity that's down here. Now, if you don't see this happening, if you don't see price managing to hold at any point, don't jump in. Just don't jump the gun. Just don't jump the gun, okay? Just don't do that. You can also concentrate, like I said, this trend line down here at this low down here, this trend regression line right here. It can actually decide I'm going to hit that trend regression line right there. It still would be a bullish divergence. It still would be a bull div. It would be more exaggerated than anything. So it won't have the same strength that I would be looking for if it does it a little bit higher, where it gives that inverse head and shoulder look. But even if it did still do this, it's still higher than this low, and it's still considered to be bullish divergence. It's leaning more towards exaggerated because the more equal the lows look on it, it's considered exaggerated bullish divergence. Okay. It's got like 1 hour. I'm forgetting that I live in Georgia. So I'm sitting here thinking about 8 o'clock. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that when that 4 hour candle closed, it was at 7 and then we were open. I'm thinking 8 o'clock. But we still change the time here in Georgia. Daylight saving time. We still go through that here. And we just changed our time last weekend. you can see how, there's no bullish divvies. No bullish divvies right here so far. Just that little bear divvy. It's creeping up a little bit more. It wasn't as equal, so it is creeping up a little bit more. I mean, that's it. I cannot sit here for any more additional hours. That's it. I will post. Okay. So if you're not following me, please follow me, because as soon as I see it, I'm gonna post it. So you want that alert, okay? As soon as I see it, like, it's a go. Our market makers, they couldn't control the level. They lost it. They got to sell into it now to protect themselves. I'll let you know. But right now, I'm just gonna watch that. This is still no bueno. No bueno. No. Still no likey. No like. I'm not gonna don't get tossed around with these little small moves in here, okay? Don't get tossed around with them. Nice little back test, but don't get tossed around with it, okay? Don't do it. And it's okay to be late. It's okay to be late. It's okay to be a breakout trader. It is okay to be a breakout trader. It's a weak low. That's what that suggests, that it was a weak low. But we seeing how the weak low can go on and on. It was a weak low over here. It's a weak low right here. But what had happened was when it was coming up, remember we were looking at this, and I said, bear divvy on it. Bear divvy on it. Bear divvy. You might not always see your bear div until later. Like, I don't know, for some reason you can see the bear divs faster across here. But I mean, that's why I use more than one indicator. Then you could see it over here. So you don't start to see that it's bearish until this point in time here on the RSI. But over here you can already tell from, just this rise in here is going to be off from what's in here. Don't get shaken out with that stuff right there. I gotta pay attention to our 1 hour. Yeah, look at that rolling. I'm gonna pay attention to it. Let me turn it back on for a second. All right, I will update you. Let me hit you up on CoinMarketCap first. Let you know what Ethereum is doing. Let you know what Solana is doing, which they're not bad. They're not bad. But it's scary for sure. Definitely scary. Look at the progress. Oh, it's the low, 130. Look at the progress. Just had to look back at that. Look at the progress. I lost that defense right there, but this is still an important level right here. You got some activity. Some activity. Looking down, looking down. Got some activity. Couldn't hold. Broke that. Actually, let me move this now. I mean, it's pretty close to here, so this might be exactly what it is. And I just drew this off of I'll look back at that on the daily. Took the loot. I took the loot. I took the loot and gave Dash the boot. That is volatility low right now. It's pretty flat. I'm looking at it too. It's pretty flat here for Dash. So I might want to hold it. I'm not going to do anything just yet. It's not in a position to where I would want to take it just yet. Yeah, it's not in a position where I would want to jump into it just yet. I don't mind being late. If I do it now, then I can get invalidated quick. So I'm just gonna wait on it. But that is like the because it's sideways. It's pretty flat. And you got the highs in here, of course. You know you're gonna get a reaction. You're at support potential support level in here, and then it's pretty flat. Let me see. Yeah, pretty flat. So you got your 200 EMA right in here. You run into some resistance trying to come back up, but it doesn't mean that if it chops, it can't do it. So that's that portion on it. And then here you can see that this is flat. This is flat, so it's not expanding, not yet anyway. And you can stay like that and do like this, where it's not expanding just yet, and then finally start to see a move down, or just like over here, where it wasn't expanding, and then they decided to take it up. But I'm not gonna do anything with it until I see, I need to see something, some sort of a spread. If I see a spread, then I'll take it. See some sort of a spread. see a spread, then I'll take it. So if I see a spread, because it will balloon out, then I'll take it. Just like I did in here. Then I'll take it and then participate. I'm not gonna do it right now though. I'm not doing it just yet. All right, I love you, and I will catch you in the post up. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody said think we're here. I'm sorry. I just wasn't over here looking at the comments. Think we'll hit 200 to 300,000. Upside. I think by the end of the year, they will at least try to get up to about 140, maybe by the end of the year, 130, 140, something like that, because it's showing it, it's showing some interest that's in there. And then, yeah, they might try that. They might try that. It's so hard to say, man, because this thing can go anywhere it wants to go. I don't think market makers really have control over this thing. I really don't. I don't think they have any control over over Bitcoin. We just have a lack of participation. I mean, big money will probably step in here. I don't. Maybe big money wants it down here. Who knows? I'm just gonna keep it to local targets for now, and then the other targets, if they come, they come. But I'm gonna keep it to local targets right now. Stuff that I can easily see, like 105, 108, 110. If it starts to look like it's gonna do the other stuff, then it makes sense to start talking about it. But yeah, I'm just not. I'm gonna take it easy. I'm gonna take it easy. Yeah, keep it realistic. Just keep it realistic. All right. Yeah, peace out.